Hello chat. I'm gonna assume the ad already ran. I hit the start stream button, switched scenes, and then went to the bathroom. Anyway, most importantly, I watched like 2/3 of an episode of Matlock today before stream, so I think I'm locked the fuck in and ready for this. Right, I gotta switch this. Here we go. That's what I'm saying. Investigation mode activated. Why is this? The text looks bigger on my chat. Am I insane? Dude, what? I think I'm on drugs. The text is so big that the fucking, like, Nikki's name, for instance, takes up the entire first line. Investigation is on the second line. Anyway. Yeah. When we left off, we, okay. Try to give summary of chapter 5 at the moment. Basically, our wife, aka Steelwind, seems to have been mind controlled or something, and fucking murdered like half the nobility. So she's currently locked up. We're gonna be defending her. Also, I forgot her fucking name. The evil jump scare girl. She's not even jump scaring, but the evil girl that fucking manipulates the text and all that shit. She was there with, I think it's Beatrice. Is that the chick's name? The fucking the chick that we put in jail last time. So they were there, probably up to no good. And then the place that we were at, it was like a secret as to why people were even there. Apparently it was a funeral service for the king. So now Prince Albert, or whatever his name is, that I also forgot. Dude, I'm so sorry. We have been so sporadic with these streams in the last 2 weeks. Mostly just for these visual novel games. We'll talk about it once the marathon wraps up. We're gonna be the next 3 days. We're gonna still stream as per normal, starting at 6 though instead. But yeah, we'll talk a little bit about it in the next few days. But so that's where we're at. We did all of our investigation. There's a bunch of shit going on in this chapter. So. It's hard to summarize. But yeah, King died, I think, of like natural causes, I think is what they said. So the prince is now the king. Lady Stillwind, who is supposed to be his like fiancée, was then used to kill a bunch of nobility. I think it was, what was it? It was Pierce, who is not like one of the big four pillars, was killed, who is also going to be like telling not us but someone, because we showed up and he's like, you're not the one I sent this message to, but he was going to tell someone about Celeste's how she was, like, who her parents are. So that was going to be exciting information to be revealed. Heritage, that's the word. But then who else was murdered? Von Sanctus. Then the astrologian chick, who is, I guess, the head of the pillar that, the fourth pillar that we've never met before, who is apparently in charge of the courts. And then the fourth person was, who was the fourth person? Because the Steelwind family was not. Holy shit. I'm fucking drawing a blank. Hang on, let's load the game. We can probably pull it up. Tyrion. We're definitely lost. Are we? Why are we lost? Okay. Anyway, is it this button? Yes. Oh, were there only 3 murders? What the fuck? I thought there were 4. Okay, so I guess there were only 3. Okay. So yeah, this guy died, then this chick was thrown off the edge, and then this guy was the last guy. So I guess this was, yeah, it was just those 3. I'm fucking drawing a blank on the 4 pillars though. There's the Fregas, the Steel Winds, Von Sanctus, and then, okay, yeah, that's the 4 pillars. So yeah, because that was the thing that was like, that's the other thing that's suspicious, is the head of House Steelwind is still intact. The head of House Frego was killed in the last part. Allegedly killed by Beatrice. Or, well, Beatrice basically made it happen, I guess I should say. This is the nobleman. This is the high speaker. Royal advisor. The archduke, even. Okay. Also, this chick, Eris, that's her name. She's here. Very normal looking. What about the wolf, the doggy? Tracker was there. That's it. Tracker was an imperative part of the last chapter. He's a very important, very impactful character. Almost as impactful as the monkey. We're definitely lost. Followed Lord Steelwind's directions to a letter. It appears you found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of an archduke. That's the other thing, is this isn't taking place in a normal court. Because this is such like a big manor of stuff going on regards to all of the nobility. They want it like out of the public eye, and the only reason we're even here is because Steelwind specifically. Well, actually, it wasn't even that Steelwind wanted us to be representing her. I mean, she did, but that wouldn't have been enough. We had to have the Archduke, I think it was, say like, okay, I'm gonna allow you to defend her. I understand. This should be the place. The map even has that giant tree north of here. This can't be the city of Leyden the Virgile mentioned. Doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries. But Lord Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... I gotta do the thing where I, not change model. I have to set my thing so it's like, when I'm reading. Because otherwise my eyes are gonna be half closed for like the entire fucking stream. Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelwind. What are you two standing around here for? Trial will be starting shortly. Not alone either, he's flanked by a division of the Kingsguard and Arya. It's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. Must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes. The Archduke has always been sentimental about this place, and I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough, space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. The miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Or you can ask him to elaborate. He walks past you and heads towards one of those central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. Look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her. She merely shakes her head. It's clear she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. Oh my god! This looks so weird. The ruins are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day, and they all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems to be unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Sealwyn. That's right. They said if I can't remember the specific wording, but it was like, in order for him to pay for his sins or like prove his innocence or whatever in this whole ordeal, he has to be the one to prosecute his own daughter. So he's gonna be the person we're facing off against. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. It seems that he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter. Thank you all for coming here today. Appreciate your cooperation with our investigation. Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies. What happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. To choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home. You live here? Bitch, you live like this? I do. Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. I want to ask you one last time. Is this truly what you wish for? There will be no going back after this. What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wyvern Guard the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. I grew bitter seeing what I'd created, so I isolated myself from it. Are they just letting on to the... Is this the guy? Is this the fucking guy that walks among us? That gave us, like... That, like, handed down the arcane power to the nobles? Are they just coming out and saying it? Like, this feels like it could have been, like, a huge reveal. And they're just like, yeah, that's me. Thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wyvern Guard to fend for themselves. And now what a fool I was. Abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. And now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom. All because of my negligence. Foreign powers? They still suspect that you're an agent of the theocracy? Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wyvern Guard and their enemies remember who watches over them. He raises his hand. Magic begins to swirl around him. What's going on? The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike any magic you've ever seen before. He's gonna become a dragon. A blinding light envelops him. You can faintly see his form changing. It's expanding, and from it... Wait, is that? Yeah, there it is. What? It's a dragon? The Archduke assumes his true form. The gallery breaks out into hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. You even see some of them attempt to flee before they're stopped by the Knights of the King's Guard. Enough. This may not be a court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon. That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all Lords. Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. You all stand before her. Name I just said. Remus Virgile is an alias, I assume, when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Dude, he's just got that shit out. At Rathalion, your cock is out right now. What the fuck? You're live right now. Dude, you're still live. Okay, I spent the last, like, 2 days on a fucking beach party in Final Fantasy XIV, so, like, I'm kinda used to just seeing giants with their cocks out. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends. What a series of words. Yeah, that's fair. Wonder if Rathalion is still alive, like you said. Don't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution sorry, still includes him in our government. Wait, really? Yeah, that's right. They mentioned this, and we were like, oh yeah, I guess it's just like a formality. So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert, I will remain impartial, regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings, and pass judgment when necessary. Well, that's certainly terrifying. Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. Prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. Sure, we're all thoroughly aware of why we've gathered here. For the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Dude, I doubt it, but he's gotta have something. I'm excited to see what they do with the fucking dragon. Because personally, I'm kind of like, well, why does he have to be a dragon right now? Why couldn't they have just revealed, like, yeah, I'm actually the Scaled Lord. I'm just gonna be in fucking human form. Of course. Defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the Kingsguard who are still unresponsive. Wow. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus and Coraline Siebel, the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sibyl, respectively. What is this farce? This trial has been over before it began. The Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. I mean, a child knows to be wary of mage blight. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think she is unfit to rule at the king's side. And remind the court of my own testimony. I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death? Objection! Oh, the fucking voice. If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You even speak to her. That's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play. Enough. Find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable. I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Very well. Let the defense have his battle. We hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Is everything a war metaphor? He is literally the commander. His life is literally war. Anyway. Beatrice. Glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Not for lack of trying on your part. That wasn't... I have no memories of what I did. If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. It actually looks pretty sincere. It's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss. I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened. And how would you know that? Word travels around quickly in the dungeons. What? Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue there we haven't discovered yet. Very well. I hope this doesn't do any fucking backspacing weird shit. It was my sisters and my guide, Eris Ilmater. Speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. No memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. To make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. Jeez. So she's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement. There's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What's she doing? She's been missing since the massacre happened. Really hope she's okay. Make no mistake, she's definitely okay. Makes you so sure? Remember anything about what happened to her? No, but it's just a feeling. Uh-huh. Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Frigga. They were with you. Shouldn't your sisters have noticed this? According to them, their pet dog was running amok in the hallways. They left the witness with Ilmater to chase him down. When the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Ilmater were gone. Nice. Do you remember anything after that? No, I really want to remember, but I can't. Huh. Doesn't even look like... I don't even think there was any text there. I think it literally was just her glaring at us for like a frame. Certainly looks like she's telling the truth. But history shows that she's hardly trustworthy. And you have no memories of what happened. No, none at all. Only imagine what I was forced to do while I was unconscious. Forced? What do you mean by that? Okay. So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body? Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room. Objection! It's absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself. You're compelled to agree with him, but why do you feel like something's wrong? Think what you will, but please believe me when I say... It does match up with what happened to my client. I clearly already knew what happened to her. You'd be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi. Suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth. It remains to be seen. Nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. I wonder if there is something, but I don't really know. Oh, wait. Mark has been found at the scenes of several... Okay. Objection! I remember now. Why would she say something like that? And the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you saw there's no indication of who orchestrated this. There's one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol. Put the parchment with the purple mark on it and show it to her. Maranoth, what are you doing? What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress our connection. Huh. Magic? I can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Maranoth, can you stop being petty and just let her see it? Take orders from you, Heavensborn. Wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment? See, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout the Vibrengard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. They all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene. Objection! Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting. Lord Steelwind, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It's clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this. Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it. Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. He's like, why Think about it. Why did you something? I think maybe it had like an extra word in there. My apologies. I don't know why I said that. Everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, perfectly fine. Anyways, it looks like you'll have to figure the rest out on your own. Figure out the rest on my own. What do you mean by that? There's nothing to figure out. For Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. Defense clearly has no case. End this at once. Consider what I know. I'd like to indulge this theory. Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory. What? Judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. Shouldn't waste this opportunity. Oh, sorry. We've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. Suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. Almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? Just asked you if you were curious about what just happened. Not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for an elaboration. What event was she referring to? Whatever she's trying to draw your attention to must be significant. What, Maranoth, I think? Hid the purple mark from Beatrice. Maranoth, he didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it. But why would he interfere? He used to follow her orders. Things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would a demon like Maranoth interfere like this? Has been... I mean... the mastermind? Okay. Maranoth is probably hiding something. No, is lying about. Okay. Anyway. Purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. An explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Ivengard. This means that her investigation also has something to do with the demon? Arya suspected that each of the murderers was acting against their will. And now, both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming they were controlled. That something demonic controlled Beatrice. You can't explain what happened to Arya and these other individuals. You do know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions. Beatrice unveiled. Oh. Lost control of their actions due to a contract. You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim the House of Freyga. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? This Empress of Discord wants Beatrice's mind. Would that mean that they could also control Beatrice against her will? Yeah, sure. But if that were true, No, that can't be right. Can it? Arya seriously signed a blood contract with a demon. Would she ever do that? It's the conclusion that makes the most sense. Can't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. There's one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict. An ability used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. Creates a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. For it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Right now, you're only relying on guesswork. Going off of what you know, the demon who made the contract must be... I mean, it's probably it could be Marinette. Or... Eugene? This could just be an unknown demon. So-called Empress of Discord. She's mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Marinette. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Marinette doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. Not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know so far. Been awfully quiet for a while now, Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? Probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time. I think I've finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. It would also explain why they didn't have control over their actions. Again with this. You're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. I mean, you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting. Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. Instead of telling you, it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. I knew you could do it. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Here we go. Interesting. The blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. The intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind, will be referred to as the Patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the Patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the Patron so long as they both live. Okay. No. This can't be true. This is... I wonder... Wait, that's the gavel? His gavel is him just roaring. Holy shit.
Objection.
This is a shame. I wonder then, there's two potential outcomes of this. The patron is either Marinette or Beatrice. Either would be applicable, and it would probably have been signed when Arya chose to... Wait. Did Arya... No, we defended Beatrice, did we not? No! No, we were prosecuting... Yeah, we were prosecuting her. I don't know then. Oh. It's the High Speaker? I don't know. We'll see. Hang on. We'll see how this unravels. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. Can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mageblade. She was controlled against her will. With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract. It still doesn't make sense. I agree. And if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there's a single part of this contract that benefits her. Why would she sign this? The patron... Arya helped the patron. She was threatened by, it looks like, a normal doctor? No. No one would ever agree to terms like this. Yeah, okay. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looks something entirely different. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document, which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day. Objection! Enough of this, all of you. Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? I was not responsible for what happened. That remains to be proven. What are you talking about? It's a blood contract that relinquishes control for free will. Not having control and not being responsible are two entirely different things, Cuthbert. But I'll admit the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract. Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this. Would it be Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Marana? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father. That's hardly the same thing. I, for one, fail to see the difference. Thol made a deal with a demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed. She's your daughter, Lucio. How does that change anything? Damn it. He seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya? Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I'd have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mageblight. To sign a contract with a demon? That only further espouses the need to put her down. She was clearly tricked, Lucio. Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? If it was literally concealed, whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her. Wait, even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? Who else was responsible for Arya's action? The patron. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day. And who would that be? I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial while every member of Vibrant Guard nobility is in danger. Well played. Compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Tricky or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles. Until we know who this patron is, we can't pass judgment on my client. Until we know the circumstances that she signed the blood contract under. And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? Contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home. There was clear intent behind this attack. If the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her. See, it does sound as good as a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. I see. I wonder. I have like guesses of who this person could be again, but we didn't really get any more info aside from that. Just that there's like a contract that exists. There's like 2 or 3 like different instances where it could have happened, because like this happened right after she had her meeting with like the High Speaker, where they were like, I guess, arranging the marriage between her and the prince. So that'd be kind of my guess, as it was right then. I don't know. My other guess is something to do with Beatrice. Step outside the Scaled Lord's lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you've observed, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. Must have become friends over the many times they've met. Can't imagine how powerless she feels right now. Arya, I'm so sorry. Don't be. Her voice begins to break. Ugh, she's always been stoic. It's clear even she has her breaking point. Can't imagine what you're feeling right now. There's still hope. We can find out who did this to you. We can still save you. Remember if you signed anything recently? No, I don't. The patron must have wiped your memories to cover the tracks. I still don't understand. If I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucia was right. You're an attorney like me. We always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature. I don't know. Just... damn it. I don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this. That's also possible. Arya. As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you. What are you doing here, Father? Can't believe him. Does he have nothing to say? His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. Almost as if he was saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, it's made it clear that he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else. You should also head back, Celeste. Right. No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through. And we're just going straight back in the trial. Okay. Court is resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed? I think we should review what we do know about the murders. We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with. That's correct. Let's start with the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Rathholm with Arya and my bodyguard Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1. At that time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently, they were expecting us. It should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity. I've never seen this word, but I know what the word means, but I've never seen it written that way. Solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral. Possible someone pulled some strings to let us through. Or you two entered the cathedral illegally. Well, I'm sure that knight from the Kingsguard can vouch for us. Know about every order given to the Kingsguard, and none of them were told to let you two through. Possible the night we met fell comatose like the others. And as long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know. Perhaps we should continue. Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmater. Eris Ilmater? She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. Yeah, sure. The King's Guard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the garden at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. Okay, I guess I forgot the part where they said they wouldn't let her familiar into the cathedral, but it also makes sense because the cathedral is like a holy place, and her familiar is literally a demon. So, I guess that makes sense. And at around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galakrond. Likely story. Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him with a force gauge. What a despicable act. Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion. Right. It was also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. They had orders to kill her if the demon sight of loss. Oh, if I think you mean if the guards lost sight of the demon. Yeah, I remembered that part, but I guess I didn't put it together that like, oh, we're not allowed to go in the casino. I guess I didn't put together that they were like, oh, the demon's not allowed in the cathedral at all. Just that he wasn't allowed to go poof. How did I eat the word left? Fucking mobile be like, I don't know. Considering the time of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung. And are you saying this patron controlled her as well? No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. The Empress of all Discord e-kittens. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other. Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about. Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all the pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. Patron took control of Arya's body, and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. And since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him, which I believe we figured out through our massive brain. It was like some sort of transmog. I forget what it was called. Spell compendium. This thing. Polymorph. To think they would use her to attack the prince as well. Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. Yeah, but he also kind of deserved it, because he's kind of a punk bitch. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Galakrond. High Speaker Arcane. Dude, this guy's face, every time I've seen it, is just... I hate it. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up from the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. At about 2:20, we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate. And that's when Celeste fought Arya. Patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. Probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. It must have happened around 2:30. If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege was actively used in this plan. Yes, in considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. Probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. Before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles, so she probably fell unconscious after they released their control of her. I'm still racking my mind to think of when she signed the blood contract. I'm still thinking it had to be when she was in the meeting with the High Priest discussing the marriage with the prince. But that means the High Priest would probably have been the patron, which means he was the one controlling her, which is insane to think about. But they have definitely given us reason to cast doubt on him, so that's interesting. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for her murders. Or for the murders. Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I'd realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about? It's fine, you can tell him. Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are. I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball. Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us said that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney. You honestly expect us to believe that? Why did he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place? We thought the same thing. When we arrived for the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent the letter to someone else. You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert. Frankly, I don't care much if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron. I will give you that. To begin with, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. This testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered. Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood. In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flynnhart did. You doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. I didn't realize it said that it was shape water frozen from his own blood, which is crazy. Cause of death was blood loss. A shard of frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. It's very likely that this is the murder weapon. The wound also shows heavy traces of transmutation magic and traces of conjuration magic were found throughout the room. In that case, if it's literally of his own blood, how did they get the blood first? That's interesting. You doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this. See, sounds as good a plan as any. Kingsguard, escort Commander Orm White to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Right, Commander? Sorry, just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Sorry, your scaled lordship, sir. Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened. Yeah. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric, and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. When we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. Into the prayer room, that's when we found Steelwind Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too, and that's when we realized that she offed all three of them. So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus and Sybil. Not a clue. Especially worse for Von Sanctus, that fire burned a whole lot of physical evidence off of his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation. There's definitely more information you can glean from this investigation. Okay. Prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. We noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. That last statement was a little vague. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate more on one of the murders. Whose murder should he elaborate on? How about you? Can you elaborate more on Sybil's murder? Is there any evidence that implied how she died? Using her divination magic, we know she died of suffocation. We're not exactly sure how. Unlike Von Sanctus, Sybil's body wasn't burned. Couldn't there have been wounds around her neck if she was suffocated? Well, we found traces of necromancy on Sybil. I think Steelwind cast mend wounds on her body after she offed her. This would have removed any wounds on the body. Exactly what would happen in Catherine Bellwether. Yeah, the only wounds she has are from the impact of falling into Lake Galacron. Interesting. Anyways, please add this to your testimony. Sure, whatever you say. So, hang on. She does have mend wounds. Okay. But wouldn't they still have traces of other magic on their body? Evocation, transmutation, necromancy. Okay. She could have cast mend wounds on herself. Discovered her body in the lake. From the speaker's testimony, Steelwind must have dumped her body from the balcony. How'd you know her body was there anyways? When the bodies started dropping, we noticed that she was nowhere to be found. One of the King's Guard cast Locate Creature and realized she was somewhere in the lake. Locate Creature? It took us about an hour before we finally fished her out. Based on the High Speaker's testimony, she was dead long before that. Despite how much you know, there are a lot of details missing about how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. The Inquisition might have found some clues that you missed. Should have the commander elaborate on what they know about each of the murders. This is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct? Yeah. Still have no idea which strange mutation spell she hit him with. Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after all 3 of the murders occurred. Unfortunate how that played out. If Steelwind was really was controlled, whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done quickly. It's the question of how they did this so efficiently. Also, hang on. Look at that again. Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after all 3 of the murders occurred. Interesting. Was that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone assaulted a prince of Wyverngard. We're already dealing with the king who was trapped in the forest cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour, and most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe. Already conclude that the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known we'd focus our attention on keeping the royal family safe. I suppose that makes sense, and the casualties still included many knights from the King's Guard, but we had to spread their forces thin to protect everyone else and handle the fire. What did you do when you arrived at the common room? We're just gonna press promote things. You see Arya or Celeste? No, we only saw the aftermath. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45. The knights didn't arrive at the common room until 3:10. You know, that's kind of weird. Why would the knights all be unconscious then? Didn't arrive at the prayer room until well after the battle had taken place. Wait, does that mean you were in that room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. Even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her. Right, sorry. Calling that moment is clearly taking a toll on her mind. You should be more careful. Okay. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died. Yeah, and we had no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead, and you and Steelwind were unresponsive. See why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. But why would Arya be unresponsive too? I have no idea. Never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have all been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour. Does that make sense? Could that common thread truly be a mere coincidence? Steelwind must have attacked Sybil somewhere close to that balcony. Going by the... okay. Since someone cast mend wounds on the body, we still don't know how. It's going to be a real headache figuring that out. Compelled to agree with him. No one saw the murder. High Speaker only witnessed the moment Arya dumped the body, and even he didn't see that much. In Sybil, the victim you want to focus on, perhaps you should ask him to elaborate on one of the other murders. But whose murder should we elaborate on? What about Pierce? Could you elaborate more on Pierce's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? That one is simple. McCoy chased Steelwind into the prayer room, but didn't arrive fast enough. When she got there, Pierce was already dead. He was killed using a blade, magically formed from his own blood. But why would she do something like this? When he murdered Flintheart McCoy, he only used shape liquid to avoid leaving behind any evidence. Doubt the patron would make Steelwind do the same thing. Their intent was to pin the crime on her. We think she knew McCoy was on her tail. She didn't have enough time to suffocate him as she did with Von Sanctus and Sybil. They think that the other two were strangled or suffocated. She didn't have any weapons on her, she must have had to improvise. But she has other spells that could have done the job. Could have hit him with Steel Wind Strike. Know from experience that she is terrible at controlling that spell. Possible she didn't want to unleash such a powerful spell in a closed room. Sort of tracks, but it still doesn't feel right. Can't really refute it now. Best to move on. Anyways, the other two murders were really well planned. Nurse's murder was the only one that required improvisation. It's possible the patron severely underestimated McCoy's combat abilities. She fought my daughter for almost half an hour. Meanwhile, the other two murders occurred within quick succession of one another. See what you mean. Anyways, please add this to your testimony. Sure, whatever you say, kid. She probably didn't have time to suffocate him like the other two, so she must have improvised a weapon using shape liquid. So, again, I don't know... How the fuck do you shape liquid out of the person's blood without extracting the blood first? There were traces of transmutation on his blood. This implies that the murderer used shape liquid to create this blade and murder him. Why would the murderer do this when they clearly had more lethal spells? Probably didn't have enough time. But why suffocate? Also, she's being mind controlled. I feel like this is the thread we're tearing at here. But I'm not sure. Master can choose to freeze liquid and solidify it. Huh. Which is strangely similar to how he murdered Flintheart. Lord Pierce was one of the targets of the patron. It's likely they knew what happened during McCoy's trials and drew inspiration from that. Still though, it seems awfully creative for something that they came up with at the moment. Don't the legends say that demons engage in contrapasso? See what now? Some people believe that when souls are sent to hell, they're punished in a way that relates to their sins. In Pierce's case, he committed murder with a frozen blade. It's possible this Empress wanted the patron to murder him in the same way, although you still can't say for sure. Okay. And then we'll have him add the other one. Your daughter is a worthless soldier. She has no talent for combat. And I've experienced McCoy's battle prowess firsthand. Much as I hate to admit it, McCoy should have easily overcome her in an even fight. It was her magic that was a problem. I had no idea what kind of spells she could throw at me, so I had to be careful. And despite everything, I really didn't want to hurt her. That kindness could be the death of you. Better just let that slide. Anyways, no. Let's try Von Sanctus. Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus's murder? Is there any evidence that implied how he died? It's trickier with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body. Your divination magic could only tell that he died of suffocation. There is no other physical evidence. There is one thing. From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with a firebolt before he died. I'm guessing she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow. So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Uh-huh. From the burns on his body, she must have hit him with firebolt to keep him from getting away. He didn't have anything to defend himself with.
Objection!
There's something. That's strange. What is it now? Commander White, you said that Steelwind attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him. Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue. But that's why I find it strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her? Guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt, so he must have been in immense pain. Doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances. Normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story. What do you mean? What implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage? Well, there was a fucking thingy. There was literally a thing there. I just have to find where it was. There. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. Sure, if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be 10 foot by 10 foot. Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage. Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Objection!
Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him like after that. Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage. Once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it. Right. Master was also trapped in a Force Cage. And he had to wait for the full hour to pass. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait. If Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air? That would be a glaring weakness. Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. Or you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. What are these rules? It's a perfectly sealed square that allows oxygen through, but only oxygen. Only oxygen can travel through it. And even if they had used poisonous gas, the autopsy report wouldn't have said he was suffocated. How did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus? Okay. There. Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But if there was no oxygen left in the room... No oxygen. I see. It is the fire in the common room. Patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in the Force Cage. So she started a fire to eat all the oxygen within the room. Cool. Uh-huh. What should have protected him ended up trapping him, and the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. Suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. With that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment. Just like the murder of Pierce. Not only that, we assume that the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances. Correct. There was only one fire. If Sybil was in that Force Cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galakron, which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. And it's clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered. We still don't know where she was murdered. The only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker, which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body. Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand. What's wrong? It's nothing. Please carry on. Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. Witness, you'll testify about... Oh, great and blessed scaled lord! I think you would grace us with your presence. Oh my god. Forgive me, Lord Lethalion. I spoke out of turn. You must think I'm an arrogant fool. Wow, looks like the witness is schmoozing the judge for once. How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I'm not Bahamut's avatar. But you're the scaled lord. I'm just a dragon, not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity. This humility. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. I swear to God. Why does he say that shit? Why? Like, it seems so out of place that a fucking ancient dragon says, I swear to God. Even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please handle this. Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Lethalion calls upon you today. You require my blood? Of course, I'll gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord. What? No. Of course, my blood can never be enough. You just let me... We'll do as you wish, my lord. It takes some time, though. We'll need some time to gather some followers and... Roar. My god, we just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelwind was at the westward balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord. Are we just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder? Be quiet. We just got him to calm down. Uh-huh. Well, this is interesting. I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of time. My alarm went off, and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galakron. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. Thought nothing of it, and it made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. Went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. Considering the timing of it all, this must have all happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck. Please, just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps you should closely examine the timing of these events. Okay, hang on. Look at the timeline in our evidence. Okay, so we have testimony. I think that's what we're gonna go with. When the Inquisition arrived at the scene, they spotted the unconscious guards. On his way to the prayer room, spotted her on the throwing her something off the balcony. Wasn't able to see what she threw, but after the body was found, he assumed the object must have been the body. He could have sworn that he saw something darker. He's not sure. He attempted to enter the prayer room and was turned away. The demon Marnath called the Archduke to meet with him at 150. He apparently had a very important information that Virgile couldn't ignore. Virgile spoke with Marnath until 310. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, whatever. No memory. Alright, whatever. Let's just start pressing stuff. Doing paperwork in my quarters and suppose I lost track of time. And heading to the prayer room. What was her expression? It was very cold. Patron must have had control of her when it happened. It certainly makes the most sense. Right. When did this happen? Shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 2:15. Okay. And so this was before she died. Okay. So if it was before 2:15, she died at 2:18. 2:18. See if we can just do this. Objection! Okay. No. Yeah. Whatever. Let's just press it then. So he was looking over. She was looking over Lake Galakron. Knowing what I know now, it's possible that she was making sure she could throw Lady Sybil's body into the lake from there. Which is clearly fine with you witnessing her act suspiciously. Why would she even go to the trouble of hiding the body in the first place? Patron clearly needed to delay when the murders were discovered. And it wasn't able to murder Pierce until much later, after all. He probably didn't plan to fight Celeste for that long. Has to be a reason why she threw Sybil's body into the lake. And try this again. It was the fucking same concept, just different line. Both of them had the timing there. Is something wrong? There is, but not really sure what it means. Stop stammering and say what you want to say. Ice Speaker, you said that you saw Arya dumping something over the edge of the balcony. No need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been the body. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15. Wait, you see it too, don't you? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galakron before 2:15? Her time of death was 2:18. See, that does seem peculiar. We know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that's also true. Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off the balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. Even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. Distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. The autopsy report says the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force. Right. So when did she die? She died after she hit the water. She must have died after she hit the water. Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact. That's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. You would have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height. Objection! Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent. She wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that. That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. What did she cast on herself? She cast... Where is it? Stone Skin. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself. Recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object she threw over the balcony. It was much darker, and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing. That object was actually Lady Sybil protected by a layer of stone. That still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slow Fall. He's right. Why would she cast it? Sybil cast Stone Skin before they were attacked? Okay, sure, whatever. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response. That would protect her from the Steel Wind Strike. That doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? May not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. Yeah, like a rock? Is that crazy? Is that really surprising? Are you fucking dumb? If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she? That's a good point too. The High Speakers saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil. If we assume my logic is correct, she would have also still been alive. Why was she motionless despite being conscious? Let me look at something real quick. Slowly broken through continuous attacks, the stone layer will instantaneously repair itself. Okay. Sure. She must have been affected by a spell. Considering it kept her from resisting Arya, Patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. Okay, fine. Which spell did Arya cast on Sybil? I guess this is what we're doing. Hold creature? Probably hold creature. But then how would they protect... How would they use Stone Skin? Just hold creature. I mean, unless... Okay. Yeah, I was about to say unless it was Stone Skin, then that. Someone must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell. Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. She suffocated by sinking to the bottom of the lake, encased in stone. There left only one option for the patron. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galakrond. Stone's skin lessened the impact of the fall, but also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's Hold Creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing the spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. I believe that covers all three of the murders then. Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shape liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victim's magics against them. How does that connect Pierce? He cast shape liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him. No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage. They also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. In Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had Stone's skin active. They also knew that Hold a Creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin. Not only that, did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. If Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly. Whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. Considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. The members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications. Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there. Why can't you see it? No use. Just can't piece it together yet. You're not finished yet. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? The victims were Lord Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrett Pierce. What's a similarity that we can draw between at least two of them? Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars? The motive that makes the most sense, but that does leave one question. Don't be coy with me. I'm not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really now. Out of most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvern Guard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. You wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. This patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. There's also another explanation. Probably because it would have cast more suspicion. Or something. Wanted to frame Arya for the murders. Isn't that what I fucking put? Unless it's... Okay, fine. Patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime, and they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him. That's why they used my daughter. The tinge of anger you feel from him. Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. Well, what would have happened? We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mageblight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would be forever diminished. About a month ago, House Freyga lost its head, and his successor, Laf Freyga, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now the heads of Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all. All four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre. But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the Patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families, except for the murder of Garrett Pierce. Yes. In contrast to the Sybil in Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why did the Patron target Garrett Pierce? Why would the Patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? Who the fuck is Rudolph? Who the fuck is Rudolph? I think that's just a random name. Hid the identity of Celeste. Knew the identity. Pierce was going to die regardless of what the Patron did. That's what I meant. Patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for our meeting? You finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided. You two got your letter. Did send that letter, but not to you. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. That's right. So that leaves one question. Who did he send it to? Where the Patron is. Only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place, the Patron. But that means the Patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage even. But I don't understand. I'm sorry, I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the Patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the Patron instead sent the letter to me. But why? Why go to the trouble of luring you there? He just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too. They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. The Patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information? Mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. Must have something to do with her birthright. Right. So who would that leave? I think it's the royal family. But I guess I'm wrong. The Wyvern just recently died. Celeste was a member of the royal family. Become a princess? I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. When it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes. But that wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven. We must assume she's a bastard child. Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up. My point is that King Oliver wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. We would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy. Anyways, even if McCoy was royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child. He's a pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. See what you mean. Suppose that eliminates Aster for now. That is the French pronunciation of the king's name. Wait, what do you mean? McCoy? Which name? Olivier. What? Instead of Oliver. Olivier. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think this shit's French. Anyway. The dragon has an order animation. It's just him roaring, by the way. Anyways, we should consider the suspects first. So, who would that leave? The Eye-Taker? What if the Eye-Taker orchestrated this whole thing? The Eye-Taker, that common criminal? What reason would he have to do this? Heard firsthand, he was planning to expand his influence through Wyvern Guard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Frege to do so. Since I ruined his original plans, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne? If he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Suppose you're right, but we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? I think it's actually... Steelwind? I guess? As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only Pillar family who's house leader, so I've survived the past month. Think I'm McCoy's biological father? You're barely a father to your actual daughter. Only stating the possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed. Need to consider every possibility. Anyways, who should we consider? Would that leave? House Frege. I recall during Beatrice Frege's trial we heard William Frege's last will and testament. He mentioned that House Frege's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children. If McCoy were to be revealed as a Frege, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her. Can I seriously be a Frege? I don't want to suspect Leia from Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Freges are no stranger to making deals with demons. But it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leia from Miriam would do something like this. What are you basing that on? I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this. They're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this. Suppose we'll have to see. I can't think of anyone else. Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed. You don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here I'm not seeing, but I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together. Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is, and loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wyverngard. Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyverngard and magic. Do you know who this demon is? Can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes. Whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this. Suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there. You've obtained a lot of information today. We clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cooper? I can't help but feel that there's something in here I'm not seeing. Just can't put my finger on it. We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads. I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered. Then settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now. You'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow. We're all free to return to your homes for the time being. Make no mistake, the Kingsguard will be keeping watch over all of you. Huh. There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind. Hey Tyrion, it's as if you've forgotten something extremely important. Tyrion, what is it? What can possibly be so important yet so difficult to remember? Tyrion! Sorry. Just thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest? No. We only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate. You already know what happened. You just don't know who did it. Yeah, but we should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus. But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him? I suppose I'll have to speak with him too. What? No! What if he tries to kill you again? Or his life is on the line. That's just a risk I'll have to take. My man! Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade? Ouch. You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it? It's fine. Just like any other of our investigations. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't... Her voice begins to break. Celeste. Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. No, Tyrion. You almost died. I know, Celeste. No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. You have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were... I can't even complete that sentence. Celeste, you were so focused on everything else that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. I never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her. I'm sorry, I didn't think. Don't apologize, just please. Just please leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. We've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out. What if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can... I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. But if they can't figure out who the patron is, Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. Celeste, I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this. But all I want is to keep you safe. I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore. Because she seems just surprised by what she said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm really happy you're a part of my life. What? I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but you're not going to stop, are you? It's like I've always said. Man, king, or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. Going to talk to Lucio. What? We're going to meet the Eye Taker again. We're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... Nope. You don't get a say in this. If you're not here when I get back, I will find you. Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after this is all done. Perhaps a life with her. Wait, what? Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It's surprisingly easy to convince him. Oh, are you okay? I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her. Hey, don't walk so far ahead. You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. When this is all over, you'll... Well, I suppose you don't have to think about that until then. So, while you were gone, we figured out the specifics of the other two well, I guess technically all three of the murders. Also, we learned, I think this was before you, I think this was after you left, was, Arya signed a blood contract. But she doesn't know how. She was, like, tricked into it. The document has, like, a huge blank space that they assume is what the document looked like to her. And then below it is what was hidden from her. Basically relinquishing her body, soul, and mind. Which, by the way, is also why Beatrice is still alive. The contract doesn't say that she would be killed. The contract said she would relinquish her body, soul, and mind if she wasn't able to complete the contract. Anyway, using the Kingsguard's teleportation network, you arrive back in Ratholm. Due to Celeste's insistence, you're being escorted by a division of the Kingsguard. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you. Sir, where will we be heading first? Oh, a little strange giving orders to knights. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? It's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Try to pace myself. Anyways, we should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. It might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles have returned to their respective homes. Our teleportation network should help you travel around Wyverngard. Yeah, okay. I was wondering, I was like, well, it's probably gonna literally just, give us, like, 2 options at a time. You arrive at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again, but you wonder if Astor or Lucio might be here. Spoken with the groundskeeper, His Majesty and the Grand General are currently visiting Lady Steelwind. Supposedly, they'll be here later today to talk to the High Speaker. Suppose we'll just have to come back later. Fine. You arrive at Frega Manor, hoping to speak with Miriam. After some asking around, one of the servants mentions that they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. Normally wouldn't interrupt them, but you've already eaten up a lot of time traveling here. Whatever is disgusting can wait. Arf, arf, arf. Hello, doggy. As you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. Once he sees who you are, he calms down. Hello, friends. Sorry for Borks. Tracker thought he smelled something bad. Mr. Cuthbert. Scan the room and see that Miriam is here too. They appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, laugh. No, it's no problem at all. Her emotions imply that she already knows why you're here. Skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course, I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation. Should I leave? No, you were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi. He was angry by that, I think. So.
Lev, I'm sure you know why I'm here. I just want to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you were behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? Just go to that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him? Make no mistake, we fully intend to. I'd like to cover everyone else before I confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault that Beatrice's... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Cuthbert for what happened. What? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he's acting in good faith. He's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see. I mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen? It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then, and Maranoth has gone missing. What? Must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely. Right. If it weren't for her, would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. Seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask. We appreciate your trust, all of you, but I have to ask, where were all of you between 2 and 3 p.m. that day? Luckily, we were all together. Me, Lev, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2. And at around 2, my sister and Ms. Illmater both went missing. We trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. The Empress of Discord took control of her. There was hardly anything Ms. Illmater could do to stop it. Really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre. You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds, but when we arrived at the nave, we found Aster trapped in a force cage. Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No, we stayed together for the entire time, but we did consider splitting up to cover more ground. But the King's Guard found us and asked us to stay where we were. Suppose that makes sense. Did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. Okay. 3 of them were together. They were about to search for her at 2, and that's when they found the force cage and they were stuck. Okay. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious. You don't think. Definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Not to mention, the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter. She's his what? You didn't know? I have thought that Beatrice would have told you. No, she didn't mention that at all. Looks like Eris has a lot to answer for. We can even find her, that is. Suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately? How dare you? This arrogant little peasant. No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been with us. You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them through the eye. You've been misled by it before. Nevertheless, still have no idea who the patron is. Actually meaning to ask you during the trial, can you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who this patron is? No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon, and the name of the human they made that contract with. Understand that. Why not just apply brute force? What? To the king's funeral, the King's Guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right. I could just keep issuing the divine edicts until a blood contract appears. You got that shit on, though. He kinda does. That is true. Wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. You take out your notes and begin looking at your list of suspects. You might be at this for a while, so you might as well go in order. Clear your throat in preparation. It's going to literally just, like, wall us on the first one. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster de Wyverngard. Oh shit. Yeah, he's like searing in pain. Is this Wizard Ace Attorney? Yeah, basically. More or less. And more anime. You collapse to the ground as you suddenly find yourself overcome in immense pain. What? What's happening to him? Lazarick, use your magic to heal him. Right. Yeah, so it's gonna basically be like, no, you can't just fucking randomly throw names. Oh, you silly, silly boy. Maybe half human. You can't just go around declaring lies like that. What? I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun yet. Who are you? Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. Guess my hands are tied. I'll save you just this once. So that's the same sound it made when Eris killed the Eye Taker, because I believe the Eye Taker is probably dead. I think that was the that was in the epilogue of the 4th chapter. Miriam, please wake up. Celeste, you're okay. You most certainly don't feel okay. You feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this. Are you okay, friend? Dude, this fucking Doge face. Every time, dude. Yeah, what happened? You died. What? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened. I understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Wait. Was that the cause? But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Well, it harmed me because the fucking person didn't... It wasn't a thing. Aster does not have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. Sure. Might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. The divine edict is clearly some sort of divine magic, so asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Sorry, it's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this. Well, at least we know Aster wasn't behind this. He was the most obvious one. Either way, you should still make note of this. Okay, glad that this is a clue that Aster does not have a blood contract. Blood contract. Very cool. Anyways, it's clear that I can't just issue these edicts without thinking. Just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Just please be more careful. Anyways, it looks like you've found something. Found everything you can here. Move. You arrive back at the Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Hopefully Aster and Lucio are back now. Mr. Cuthbert. To enter, you're approached by Aster, Alaric, and Lucio. How was your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale. Yeah. There was a bit of an accident earlier. You were a little too embarrassed to admit that you almost ended up dying. Well, try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand. Why is everything you say so aggressive? Anyways, you finally have your next suspect here. But judging from the evidence you've gathered, it's very unlikely that Aster is the patron. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert? Oh, sorry. After he attacked you in Fragment Mana, you've always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed you that day. Not going to attack you again. Hope you can understand my uneasiness. It did almost kill me the first time we met. That's not because you're a Heavensborn. What does me being a Heavensborn have to do with this? It's difficult to explain to someone like you. But warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar evident entities. Till I met you and Beatrice Frega's familiar, thought those steroids were complete nonsense. Ian Maraneth. As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human. So that's why you attacked me? I was exuding a threatening aura? It's actually the opposite. Your aura was too calming and benign. Thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion. I see. That's quite an astounding ability. Dude, we're aura farming. True. What about you, McCoy? What? Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him? Is that true? Uh-huh. There's a really fancy carriage outside. I wonder who it belongs to. Someone inside the inn, too. That guy visiting my dad? Wow, he's kind of cute. Yeah. It was kind of similar. For some reason you feel a little embarrassed. Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. It's because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it? Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wyverngard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity. Of course, my apologies, Lord Steelwind. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? The evidence works in your favor. Doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress after all. Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless. Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set up that trap for Aster? No, I haven't. It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body. Yes, I can't begin to apologize for men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely. So your men were guarding the late king's coffin. Yes, there wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded. Found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage. We're still not sure about who could have set that trap. That's right. Let me figure out... Hold up. What does she have? Where even is it? Here it is. Yeah, so she doesn't actually even have that spell. I don't think we actually have anybody who has that spell. Yeah, no, we don't.
We're also members of the Kingsguard that can cast both Force Cage and Glyph of... Okay. Many of them fell comatose during the massacre, so we don't even know if one of them betrayed us. You think my men are that weak? I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress. Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. It means that we have no way of telling when that glyph of contingency was set. It's actually meaning to ask about that. And we wait for the 48 hours to elapse. If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time the trap was set. I kind of wondered about this too. If it's like exactly 28 hours, or 48 hours, you should be able to figure it out from there. Well, normally we could. When the spell activated, unfortunately I panicked and cast a firebolt to try to destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force gauge. Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency. He had to discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency or His Majesty's firebolt. I can't believe this. What a dumbass. Trap King has been updated in your notes. Illusion magic. Someone hid themselves from the guards as they set this trap. Okay. Can't blame him for acting like that. It's going to make figuring out who did this much more difficult. I heard you two visited Arya earlier today. How is she doing? I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered. Thanks to you. What? She's only in this situation because of you. Lucio, that's not me. You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her. She's far too weak for this. That's why, if that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her. She instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. You know nothing about her. She's far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice. Her own path? She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty. What are you talking about? Became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside. And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? She wanted to fix our justice system. She could easily have done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. She knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Timora. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. And why she became a prosecutor. She thought that if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her. Oh my god. This is like actually probably true though. He says you're wrong, but he's probably right, actually. Arya Steelwind would never care about me that much. Are you seriously that dense? When you were still engaged to Lady Freyga, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regard for her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her silently crying in her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She's changed every part of herself in order to please you. Are you getting angry on her behalf? I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us. She's weak when it comes to you. Lucio, there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves. You stay focused on the investigation. It seems that he cares for Arya a lot more than you realized. The eye shows that his feelings are genuine. But then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? Ugh. The mood is a little tense. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter? What do you mean? Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in his trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, not planning anything. Please,
You honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? Well, Scaled Lord, you actually are doing it for that reason. Is this what all Heavensborn are like? I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by while I see injustice taking place. And if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya. Wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyways, it appears that you still have no idea who set that trap for Aster. Judging from the spell compendiums you have, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set that trap. But the patron could also be a mage. That means they could have set that trap too. The way it looks like you won't be getting any new information here. I highly doubt the person who orchestrated this and any of the people you've met thus far. It's one last person you need to talk to. Oh boy, it's time. Make your way back to the alleyway that Tamora brought you to a month ago. Be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with you, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. If she ever stops focusing her magic into it, the Kingsguard will be notified and they'll storm the building. You ready? Yeah, let's do this. The Eye-Taker is your prime suspect. Everyone else has an alibi and lacks a motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal. And she still hasn't turned up since the massacre. Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. Damn it. Of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. Take a close look at the desk he was sitting at during your previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice. Guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. See Celeste toss the Kingsguard's runestone onto the ground. A few seconds later, you hear the footfalls of soldiers rushing towards your location. Freeze in the name of the Wyvern. See him freeze as he scans the room and sees no one else here. Careful, sir. They appear to have turned themselves invisible. They're not here, you idiot. Oh. I mean, come on, man. That's kind of the expected response that you would expect the knights to have. You let out a frustrated sigh as you take a seat on the chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched in the air as you do so. You had the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means nor motive to do this. He's probably gone by now. It's over. Sorry. You did everything you could, didn't you? It wasn't good enough. Or if you knew that it was a long shot. If he were involved in this, he'd definitely keep his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Wait a minute. Actually, there is one person who might know where he is. What do you mean? Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. You sure? You two aren't exactly, I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least, that's what you keep telling yourself. You have to process these feelings later. You have a job to do. Ah. Let's say we haven't really spoken to her or anything after this, after the last case. You arrive at the office of Tamora's law firm. According to Arya, Tamora is still practicing. It looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like the Eye-Taker apparently did. If anyone knows where he currently is, she will. Bring your hand up to knock on the door, but you stop for a moment. Sir? For everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. You feel the familiar warmth of Celeste's hands again. Take a deep breath and steel your resolve. You knock on the door. A moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm not currently accepting clients at Boothburg. She looks completely frozen for a while. Her gaze narrows as she notices the legion of knights escorting you. Are you here to arrest me? No, of course not. You come in? Yes, of course. Take a seat inside the office, but you can't really think of anything to say. And the knights aren't really helping alleviate the tension. Hey Celeste, you take the knights outside and do a perimeter of the building. What? But, are you sure? I am. What if something happens? Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wyverngard. You'll be fine. No, but... Sorry, you're right. I'll just... With a motion of her hand, the knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks at you for a while. And after a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. Now then, let's get this over with. Start with small talk. Nice. Is Celeste okay? She seems a bit on edge right now. Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. I did almost die a few times in the last few days. What? It's a long story. I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it, especially not with you. Last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. Take a deep breath. I received your letters. Oh, did you? I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet. Of course. Whenever you're not busy. This is really awkward. We were going to have this conversation sooner or later. Perhaps it would be best to just be direct. This tomorrow. I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. Put all my hopes into you. You lied to me. Told a criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it. And you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have just left me in Aranox and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this? Sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her. I started thinking about what my life could have been like. Could have done so many things and might have been able to move on from losing my mother. You adopted me, you made my entire life focused around that one moment. I had a son once, before you, I mean. What? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us. Wait, you ran a tea shop? No, it's ridiculous now that I think about it. Well, I was really happy back then. What happened? One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense. She never told you about this before. What was his name? It was Ryan. Oh. What did you do after Ryan died? Thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage. So I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't? No. At the time, I thought that killing him would be too easy. Broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. Found everything, from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against other noble houses. Released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to make them pay. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You could just beat them at their own game. You could use the rules and laws they made against them. Just like an attorney. Yeah, just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. Read every book there was to read about Wyverngard's laws, and I learned how to work the system. Started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility. I really didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with irrefutable evidence. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. Continued to equip my clients, The trials got closer and closer each time, but I was arrogant, and I felt invincible. I thought that no matter what happened, justice would prevail. And then your mother's case happened. I never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of making you feel happy, no matter what kind of mood you were in. I remember. I failed her, and I failed you. Miss Tamura, I never once blamed you for what happened. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough. When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless, I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic must I have been, that I'd look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child. When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted revenge on the nobility. I was too self-centered to realize that you were nothing like me. You care about people. You cared much more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew all along, but I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me. Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. Took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never really cared. If I did care about you, I would have never pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize for doing that to you. It shows that her feelings are genuine. Does that even matter at this point? I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Tamura, but I don't know if I can. I don't blame you, but I want to try. She looks away from you for a moment as she wipes a single tear. Miss Tamura, no, don't call me that. What? If you can truly find it in your heart to forgive me, I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. So call me by my first name. Okay then, Ruby. Saying it feels really strange after all these years, but you hope you can get used to it. Right, I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something. Okay? I need you to help me speak to the Eye-Taker. Here again. I know. Considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion. If you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you. Tyrion. The Eye-Taker is dead. There it is. What? He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying that it was some sort of retaliation from House Freyga. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you? The heiress said... Wait a minute. Is your father still... If you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you. Right. Then why would Eris say that? Eris? Who's Eris? What? You've met her before. She has long black hair and she wears a black dress. So she really likes black. Anyways, she's the Eye-Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye-Taker's daughter has red hair. What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial. That's right. What are you talking about? She was never at that meeting. What? What is going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye-Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Are you remembering things differently? Could have easily commanded her to forget signing the contract in the first place. Aw. No. Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Or have you really hopes that you're wrong about this? Fire Ruby Smith. Ruby signed a blood contract. It's the only explanation you can think of, but why? Memories seem intact, except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, you've highly suspected that she was involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. You never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? I didn't even have to change anything. A flood of memories come back to you. Warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually we develop... Oh. Yeah. Ah, okay. It didn't do the back. I was like, I know what it said. It said now because I got to fucking see it in the VOD. Also, obviously, I think Nikki even told me what it said, but seeing it specifically, I expected it to do the same thing, but no. There's still very little you know about demons. So as to say that one can't take the appearance of a human. That's still a long shot. There is one way to find out for sure. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke. What? If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time. It's already late, and the trial resumes tomorrow. You can't waste any more time traveling to either of their locations. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tamora. So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. This entire time, I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble about. I've been making contracts with people across Wyrengard to control of Arya and Beatrice. But why? Why would you want to do any of this? Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. I suppose that you've come this far. So how about I give you a little gift? Upon signing this contract, Ruby Tamora grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Tamora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. Oh boy. What was that? Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. And she's not just any demon. She's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her. Tyrion, I swear on my life that I didn't know anything about this. I know, she probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya. Arya, what does the prosecutor have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract? Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord. It was her the entire time? She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her? She probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre. What? Tyrion, this is crazy. No, I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Maranoth. You know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. But if she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. For someone like her, there'd be more than enough time to skip town. We'll need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know. Yeah, of course. Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action. Right. We're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you. Tyrion, I've been using the Eye of Horus lately. Yeah? Can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case. It's just that. What's wrong? Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just being my usual paranoid self. I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyways. So if you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing. Huh. Okay. I know you can't tell me about what you're doing. I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord. But just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left. I will. I promise. Thank you. You finally found the lead you've been looking for. We're not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Eris? Why would she go through the trouble of orchestrating any of this? She not only impersonated the Eye-Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be your friend. What's her goal in all of this? Hopefully tomorrow will finally bring you the answers you're looking for. Something wrong, Commander. Oh hey, hello. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me what you really are. It's your game, demon. How did you just deliver yourself to our doorstep? Oh, Orym. I put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. Can't wait to see how this ends. You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. This all some kind of game to you. That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. It's a shame about the timing of it all, though. You're goddamn insane. That took you long enough to notice? That took you long enough to notice. Guess the oafish Inquisition commander does have some observational skills after all. Whatever. You just better not try anything. You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise I won't harm anyone. While I'm in this prison. Ugh. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking. No more god-awful teasing when we both know who is really behind this. It's just me and you. So they captured her. And now we get to interrogate her, or whatever. Oh boy, it's time. Hello, your lordship. I think this is my first time we've met. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Who is this woman? Have they brought a civilian before the Scaled Lord? People of the court, thank you for your patience. Till now, we've known this woman as Eris Illmater. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We had no idea who they were, or what they even looked like. But we know the truth now. People of the Wyvern Guard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral, posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre the members of the nobility. Objection! Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with this. Ah, how typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. Let me ask you this. Or are you assuming that the patron is a human? What? In Arya's contract, it says that the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them. If what you're saying is true, that makes this a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom. Haven't you forgotten what my underlings said during Frega's trial? As a demon, I can never truly die. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform it in the abyssal hells. I wonder, what might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire? You're prosecuting her and playing the villain. But I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you? What nonsense are you spouting? When you thought she had mage blight, you had to prosecute her. You held on to the little hope that you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, Her position might have been salvageable. And you did this also she could be with her beloved Aster. What? But then it was revealed she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mageblight is one thing, but a demon owning her soul? She can't very well be a queen like this now, can she? You had to find out who the patron was before the trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise, your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did all of this because you feel bad for what you did to her. Everything I've done is for the good of House Steelwind. Ah, is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You felt so guilty about killing her mother that you couldn't bear to face her. What the fuck? No, Eris, stop this. You know what that did to her. You didn't just take away her mother, you took away her father too. Oh, I mean, I guess by basically abandoning her. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but to latch onto the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness. Eris. She didn't fall in love with Aster, she became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person, and she clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit his likes and desires. You know deep down in your heart, you know that if he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter. And you don't have the means to confine me. And even if you know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence. What? But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract. What? What is it? My contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery. You little wretch. I will hunt you until the end of... Bro roars. Enough. Lucio, we cannot antagonize her if we want to find out how this happened. Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? There has to be something you can do. Just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. Probably not even a citizen of Wyverngard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? What? Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, honestly. I think you do know. The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people, you fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. Interesting. But just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity is a stain on the world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are, and I despise those who try to pretend that they're anything different. You're wrong, Eris. Humanity is so much more than you realize, and I truly pity you if that's all you see in us. Oh, so now it's us. That actually just reminded me, there's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the Celestials of the upper planes who'd go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realized that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. So self-indulgent that it makes me want to puke. That's what the Heavensborn are? It is, and I've made quite a hobby out of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life. And it took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion. Wait, are you saying... You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion. Uh-huh.
Objection!
That's enough out of you, you witch. Lucio. Cuthbert, you promised me that you would save my daughter together. I'm sorry. You said those words to me with such conviction, yet here you stand quivering like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert? He's probably desperate at this point. Varys is the patron. There's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There's very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. What kind of attorney would you be? What kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Varys, we didn't call you here to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out. Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. But I do wonder how long that will last. Oh boy. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Freyja to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Freyja and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Freyja and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. Jesus. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. Before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Your testimony is pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way, there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion? She's definitely playing with you. She may not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. You should look at her testimony more closely. What a terrifying ability. Thank you for noticing. That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people. Prey? They'll know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered. Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract. Aren't you just assuming that? What? How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me? My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris. Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point. That's true. Tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. You knew it. She's just trying to get inside your head. Arya would have never signed a contract like that, even if it were to protect Aster. My only motivations for this. Is something wrong, Tyrion? Went to all this trouble to get your attention. The least you could do is appreciate it. Enough. Stay on subject, witness. I'm not complaining about this. If you really wanted to make me suffer, why wouldn't you just go after the people close to me? Oh, but what would be the fun in that? Killing people is such an easy task to accomplish, and a child can do it. There are much more effective ways to make someone suffer. Why do you find the need to specify that? To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she? But did you work together with anyone to facilitate the massacre? Of course I did. I worked together with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind. You know what I meant. My apologies, I just can't help myself sometimes. I'll say it clearly so you can be certain. I did not have a contract with anyone that wanted to facilitate any of those murders. I was acting of my own free will. And when she says it directly, you can't help but to doubt everything she says. You'll just need to examine her testimony carefully. She technically can't lie, but she's clearly hidden something in her testimony. Instead of examining the wording of her statements, focus on what she's clearly trying to imply. You might be able to find a contradiction. Okay. So, I don't think we're getting her to add anything to the statements, I guess. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I enthralled. That list is very long, you know. Ignore her, Lucio. She's trying to get under your skin. Anyways, aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sybil were key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility. What reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths. No, but you specifically went after them. I did, but I didn't have a particular reason to. Doesn't make any sense. Suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like for me to add that to my testimony? What? It would help you, wouldn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. She has got to be the most unpredictable witness you've cross-examined. Just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's... okay, hang on. Where is it? This is the part where we can... I think it's... you? No. Where was it? This one. Objection! Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's not exactly what happened, did it? Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. That's not what I was referring to. Oh? You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. That doesn't really match with what happened to Garrett Pierce, does it? Is that so? That look on her face. Why does she look so happy? Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. Such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. But that clearly wasn't your intent. I agree. So why would I do that? For the love of God, woman. Can you stop speaking in riddles? I have no love for any god aside from myself. She's behaving differently than when she was during her testimony. She's being vague. She's still hiding something. Okay, stop getting baited by her words and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with everyone's emotions. So stick to the facts that you know for certain. In her testimony, she said the following. She said that she didn't have a reason, and she just wanted them to kill the victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. She could have been trying to mislead you. Which phrase did she use to mislead you? Considering who she is, she was definitely trying to. To use the word specifically, could that change the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the 3 specific victims, but she might have had a reason to kill in general. Seems like a stretch, though. She did say that she did all of this for you. Did she set all of this up so you would have a mystery to solve? Too difficult to read her demented mindset. Perhaps one of her other phrases is something you can use. Okay, she needed Arya to do the murders quickly and efficiently. Because of Celeste's ability to fight Arya, that didn't end up happening. That hardly seems like something intentional on her end. She admitted multiple times that she underestimated Celeste. This means that she was truly caught off guard. Perhaps one of the other phrases has something you can use. I don't really know what... the phrase "as possible" changes how that sentence reads. Because she fought Celeste, Arya couldn't kill Piers quickly and efficiently. Oh, actually, the previous contradiction you pointed out implies that Arya didn't kill Piers quickly and efficiently at all. Maybe one of the other phrases elaborates on this. Oh, okay, sure, whatever. She said her victims instead of the victims. A small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. You recall Maranath using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial, which can only mean the victims of this case aren't the same as her victims. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims? Well, considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim. Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Freyga or Arya Steelwind? Knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you? If that's what you think, it's definitely possible. Again with the vague answers. Why would she even agree to testify in the first place? There's nothing any of you can threaten her with, and nothing you do can permanently harm her. You could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here. Which means she wanted to come here, but why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Coraline Sybil? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Out with it, demon. Who killed Garrick Pierce? I refuse to answer. She's doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. But for what purpose? Who killed Garrick Pierce? No. She had no problem admitting to the murders. She used Arya and Beatrice first. She's refusing to answer. It can't be either of them. Okay. I see. So this was just like a random third person. An unknown person killed Garrick Pierce. That must mean... Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied it. Are you serious? We're sick of your games, demon. You knew it. The murders were too politically unmotivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity by issuing a divine edict. But because of the risk of getting it wrong, that just leaves you right where you started. Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth, so why are you staying silent? It will be so much better when you discover it yourself. It means you already have the evidence you need to do so. You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you've felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you? What? How did you... It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. You're refusing to see who I made a contract with that day. You made your contract with the patron on that day? Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality, so think through it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day? Okay, think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world and only think of the facts. If Eris wasn't the patron, that means someone else was controlling Arya's actions. But they still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do we already know about the patron through the first two murders? They knew Von Sanctus still needed oxygen. They knew Sybil could still drown if she was frozen. Patron is not ignorant of using Patron is experienced. Okay, whatever. They're well versed in using magic lethally. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Things changed when they murdered Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. Okay. So the patron killed him personally. But why? They already had control of Arya. And imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. They become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya. Beatrice was already able to slip past them. How she was able to knock you and Pierce out with sleep. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? I actually don't fucking know, unless she just didn't care about it. If the patron was coordinated with Eris, she could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce. Eris... able to... wanted to... Okay... Was Eris wanting to kill him reluctantly? Had the means to murder... Oh, was forced to. Okay, not Eris, fine. The murderer... Okay. What could this possibly be? Why didn't Eris use Beatrice? So this would be Beatrice wasn't able to, forgot to, was forced to. Beatrice wanted to betray the patron. I'm gonna go through all of these because I don't know. They all seem way too close. Yeah, okay. Beatrice wanted... Does Beatrice even have anything that would kill him? I mean, I literally just tried everything for kill Pierce, right? And it doesn't, so that's not it. Unless it's forgot. Fuck, dude, this is kind of annoying because there's 4 parts to this, and I'm sitting here not entirely sure what any of the parts are supposed to be. So why didn't Eris use Beatrice? Wasn't able to... Like, none of these really seem to matter. Like, these just seem to be added. I think this is the part that's bothering me, is like, I don't really see the point in any of these ones. So... I don't think it was this one, because none of these are working. Fine, whatever. They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Does that mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Apparently it's right there, so what aren't you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil, and those two were house leaders. In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way. Sybil clearly had an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system, but the biggest clue you have is the one that Eris indirectly gave you. Let me realize the truth. The truth, she wants you to discover it. At first, you thought she was trying to make you feel guilty for what happened. But if that were true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else that she wants you to realize. Because it will throw you into despair somehow. Okay, so it's that, that one of them wanted to kill him personally, obviously. To review everything you've deduced about whoever she made a contract with. Through the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Mentioned they somehow personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what you know, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. Whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. Lastly, must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. Emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. Don't tell me. No shot. What? No, that's not. It's the most logical conclusion with what you know not thus far. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Oh, so I guess it's not this one. Even though it fucking... No, it can't be. That's not... Eris wanted to make you suffer. You can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. You owe it to everyone within Wyvern to see this through. You need to follow through, no matter how painful it is. Okay, fine, I get it. Stop it, it has to be someone else. She would never. Can you think of anyone else? Who else could Eris have chosen? Who else could she have chosen that would make you feel like this? I don't get it. Is this the wrong answer? I'm just gonna keep on answering with this one. Damn it. Yeah, it's gotta be this one. Your scream of anguish echoes throughout the ruins. Everyone is caught off guard and stares at you in confusion. What? What is it? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert? Tyrion, are you... You can feel your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at your expression tells her everything she needs to know. There it is. You've realized, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. What are you talking about? Demand an explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered? Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now. You want to be wrong. You've never wanted anything more in your entire life. Nothing would make you happier than having this edict fail, even if it were to cost you your life. You know the truth. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Say it. Say her name so that everyone can hear it. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celeste McCoy. Okay. The parent and death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord, shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Okay, apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert. Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Miss Celeste McCoy. Hang on. Okay. The apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent... Hold up. Shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As a part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. What? Huh? I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on? What is the meaning of this? Exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time. Ms. McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord? I did. It's the only thing that would save Tyrion. I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you. Tyrion, you can't even bring yourself to say it. Do you realize now, Tyrion? Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. She was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed away her soul to me, all so that she could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were? Does it mean what I think it means? I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract. How could you? So stupid. I made that deal with her. I didn't expect her to. I did that contract to make you act against your will. So it wasn't just Ms. Steelwind and Ms. Frege who were controlled that day. You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter. Let's execute you, Celeste McCoy. Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her. Lucio, we can't act rashly. I'll let you all in on a little demonic secret. Doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my mind control. Do it. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did. I kept holding on to the hope that it was all some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something that would prove that all of this wasn't my fault. Finally found the culprit you've been looking for, and absolutely breaks your heart. That nagging feeling you've been experiencing. It's because you subconsciously refused to believe that she would betray you like this. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. Are you still in denial? No, this is different. I suppose there's no reason to continue with this. I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert. But even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over. I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer. You can't just... Kingsguard, restrain him. Wait. Lucio. That's enough. What kind of court is this? Everyone surprised, Arya leaped from the platforms above and landed right on the witness stand. She forcibly pushed Eris out of the way, something that catches even her off guard. Arya? I'm so sorry, Celeste, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. Arya, I did this. Arya, what are you doing? How dare you, Father? How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? If you were actually a prosecutor, I would file for your immediate disbarment. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, how can you just stand there? Me? You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until her last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I won't let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. Let's put you at risk. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively. Tyrion, to hell with that. What? Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. See it in her eyes whenever she is with you. You mean the world to her, and she consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, I will never forgive you. Tyrion, Celeste, can you testify about what happened? What? But... Arya's right. We need to do this properly. I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened. It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible. Even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is clearly against him. Fine, do as you wish. When we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Ms. McCoy, please take the stand. Tyrion, can you testify about what you did that day? Yeah. Oh boy. The truth is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting. And that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40. They tricked me and slipped me into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed you. Oh, tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. Didn't know what to do, and that's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize that she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. So we were killed first. Huh. Interesting. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring back Tyrion. Okay. That nagging feeling is still there. Something off about her testimony. On with it then. In your cross-examination, Cuthbert. How? She can't just do that without me signing a contract, no? She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize it until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. It has the power to take control of people against their will. It clearly has the power to bring people back from the dead. If that's true, you can't even trust your own memories. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier, and that commotion we heard... Okay. Right, I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her? Sorry for lying, but I had to create an alibi. The Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony. Testimonies of Prince Alaric and the High Speaker also implicated her. Ms. Steelwind also already knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things would have ended the same regardless of her testimony. What did Frege and the demon do when you found them? They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed me. How did they trick you so easily? When I went to see what was going on, I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them. Then they lied to me and said that they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. That's when Beatrice killed me. She hit you with some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't visibly wound you. When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped. I think she used necrotic blight. That's why the Lord Asclepius said that I had traces of necromancy on me. She must have lied about trying to heal you as well. What did you do after I died? Hang on. Oh, she does have it. Yeah. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. Sure, that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her. It was all so she could make me suffer. And so, stop. Just don't. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. Could you possibly think that was okay? It was wrong, but I just couldn't. I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. No sense in admonishing her now, Cuthbert. There'll be plenty of time for that later. That part was written in a slightly misleading way. Just thought that the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell. Instead, she took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than to trust a demon. Anyways, how did you trick Arya into signing the blood contract? I didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. You probably wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I'm so sorry. They told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Pierce made Beatrice put an illusion spell over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. Since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Something about what she just said sounds fundamentally wrong. Okay, hang on. That's not... How could you think I'd ever want that? I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why should a person like him get to live instead of you? It was an easy choice. It goes against everything I stand for. I know, and I don't care if you hate me after this. But even now, I would still make that same choice. Don't hate. Perhaps you should stay focused on what happened for now. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. Why do you feel like something she said doesn't match up with the evidence you have? You'll need to examine her statements more closely. Okay, well, whatever it is, she'd used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. Used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Okay, hang on. As part of her servitude, engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. Objection! I don't think that's it. Okay. I'm interested. What is this, actually? Because it's not actually... Wait, contract. Oh, it does not have one. It's only one page, large empty space. What are the intentions of the person who hands the contract will be referred to as patron. Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul. That's the interesting thing is... But this whole thing is weird because it's like... This contract will... Okay, hang on. By signing this... Surrenders her mind and soul to the patron, which would then be Celeste. Objection! I don't get it. Exchange for killing Pierce. It's noting it like it's this one. To secure the compliance and cooperation in the Empress's endeavors. Uh-huh. And it's not either of these. But it's interesting because it's like... she saw fighting the guards, didn't respond. Actor as well. Which is apparently just not true. Okay. How did you trick Arya into signing it? I remember what happened. She probably wanted me to watch what she was using me. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Pierce made Beatrice put an illusion spell over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. Since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. What sounds fundamentally wrong about that? Wait. We don't have her own compendium. Fuck. I don't think we can present anything with that either. She might have it, I guess. But now I'm curious, what if she doesn't actually have that spell? Unbeknownst to him, do we have a description on illusion? No. Like the illusion, like what do you mean? Like what kind of maybe what kind of illusion spell was used? Yeah, no, we weren't given a specific one, so like I don't know, maybe. Yeah. That is one of the other things that's kind of weird, but I don't see... Oh, we don't even have any illusion magics here. Oh, here we go. We have invisibility and illusory disguise. But it can be used to... And elements created by the spell are purely visual. We cannot make physical contact. I mean, I doubt. Objection! Yeah, I don't think that's it. I'm imagining that's what it was. Do you have the contract itself? Yeah, we do. Well, yeah. I tried presenting that already. It's this. It says as part of her servitude. So basically, yeah, Tyrion was killed. Not the description. I imagine this is it. Like the physical object. No. I don't know if these things are manifesting physical objects. They might. I mean, the real thing would be that you use this and then dispel the spell, right? But there's no, like, I tried presenting this and it didn't work. So I'm curious. For the papers, there's a letter from Garrick. And then this isn't a paper, actually. That's the one. This one? Objection! Huh? Not for the reason I thought. Oh. Maybe a different testimony as well. That it gets that it gets used for, you mean? Is there something... I don't know. This is the one where it says it seems... Yeah, apparently we met him at 1:45, which actually does check out. We did meet him early. Okay. So this is what he's saying sounds completely wrong. She probably wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I'm sorry. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. Since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected. Something about what she said sounds fundamentally wrong. Do we have Beatrice's spell compendium? Yes. But I mean, she's definitely got... Yeah, she has illusory disguise. I mean, I can present this as well, but yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't say that it doesn't work on objects, to be fair. But we just tried that as well. Just says places an illusion on a target, completely changes their visual appearance. Disguise moves with the target for the duration. Just target. It doesn't have any sort of it doesn't say anything regarding like it not being able to be used on objects. The problem is like I assume this is what it is. Just because of the what keeps on getting brought up in the press. We don't have her compendium, which is what I think I would want to use, because I don't know... Oh wait, she does have shape water. We did see that. Never mind. She would resurrect you in exchange. Tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. I don't know, fucking... Objection! I don't... Apparently we went in at like 140. 145. Whatever. You were actually knocked out at 145. So we only spoke to this dude for 5 minutes. And then we were knocked out? That's really strange. Objection! I don't know, it pressed everything at this point. We're actually knocked out at 145. Wait, so this is... Oh, I guess this is what I pressed already. I mean, you never even fought her. Sorry for lying. Create an alibi. Yeah. Tricked me and slipped into the prayer room by saying that they wanted to go safe space and acted like they aren't the ones that knocked out the guards. Didn't know what to do. I'm sure that was their goal. Yeah. Shouldn't have done it. Just wanted you back. This is all Being useless. You saw... Wait. You only saw her for a brief moment, so it could have been an illusion. Regardless, that means somehow appeared. Objection! And I can't use my own... Well, hang on. I guess if I can't use... Hang on. Objection! Okay. I didn't think this would work because it's like, oh, your own memory isn't true. You can't use that. You have to use someone else's actual testimony. Demon Maranoth called Archduke Remus to meet with him at 1:45. Very important information that Bergele can ignore. Spoke with him until 3:10. Anything that has like a time on it. Snow memory is what happened. Felt nauseous and went to westward balcony. At 2, went to pay his respects unbeknownst to him. So at 2 is when he was trapped. Wait, what about you? Spotted her throwing something off. And this is at like 2:15. Well, before 2:15. Died at 2:45. This all checks out, that's the problem. Can you look at the statements again? Yeah, sure. Truth is that Eris rewrote your memories. You were actually now knocked out at 1:45. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting. The motion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40. Tricked me and slipped into the prayer room and then killed me. Didn't know what to do. Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for Kieran Pierce. Shouldn't have done it. Didn't realize that she used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Wait. The wording on that makes it seem interesting. Objection! I don't know how I'm going to get anything interesting out of this. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring you back. It might just be the wording being like a contract other than my own. There are only a few. The intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. This is the thing that's confusing. Because again, it binds their mind, body, and soul to the patron. Contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste. This is just anything. Can you press the statement that comes before that one that sounds strange? Sure. This one, I know I shouldn't. The one that says, I knew I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't have done it. This one? One more. Didn't know it. The one that says, I didn't know what to do. Just told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. Okay. So that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted to make a deal with her. It was also she could make me suffer. I'm so sorry. Stop. Just don't. And that's it. Soundproof room. Still sounds real. I don't. What about your testimony? This is something. Beatrice, Pragan, and Eris. Wait, accounted for in the garden. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here.
Objection!
I was like, we have something that states a time. According to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40. You went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. I lied all about my fight against Arya. Or even fought her. That's true. How do you explain that discrepancy? Can't trust your own memories, but F shouldn't have been affected. Thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? But I was pretty sure of the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45. Wait, what did you just say? Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled for 1:45. No. What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony. But I swear I'm not lying. Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, we saw them at 1:40. But Lef, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2. When did they say that? What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them. I know, I was paying really close attention. I needed to see how close you were to finding me out. So why can't I remember? She can't remember? Cuthbert, judging by what happened to you, Eris Ilmater clearly doesn't need a contract to affect people's memories. Possible she changed the memories of La Frega and her entourage. I don't think our memories were changed. I don't think she can change people's memories without us signing a contract. It's not just that, Lucio. There's something else that Celeste is clearly remembering differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. Which physical piece of evidence contradicts Celeste's memories? I don't fucking... Well, it's this. Celeste, this letter from Garrick Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely. We don't know the full extent of her capabilities. We really ruled that out. You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At this point, anything is possible, and Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure. But if Lucio is right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes. And she could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wanted. But if she had done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. While Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found or deduced has been logically consistent. Contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. Could be explained. What explains Celeste's contradicting memories of what happened? So far, a simpler explanation. Eris Ilmater changed the memories of Celeste McCoy. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she can manipulate my memories, what's to say she's not manipulating your memories right now? So that's possible. Why would she even bother doing that? She wouldn't need to do that unless she had something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, if that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. Keep testifying, she'll keep changing memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Those eyes look like... Hang on. There's normally pupils there, right? Yes! Celeste. It's really obnoxious how resilient you are. What? Can't you all just give up already? Eris, is that you? What are you... Fortunately, your little interrogation ends here. Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body! Huh? Too late, Lucio. I win. Celeste. Damn it. Eris, what did you do to her? I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice. You. How did you do such a thing, Ilmater? What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. Would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in an eternal sleep. If you wanted that, you would have just done that from the beginning. You're hiding something. I know it. You know, we can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know is Celeste. Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this. Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around your mind. Is it even possible? No, it doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Ilmater. What is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? Assuming there's anything to even dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. I don't think you fully understand what that means. Well, it means we die. Lucio. What is it? Your men know where Ruby Tamura's law office is, right? They do. Where are you going with this? You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf. Wait. And tell her, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. Holy shit, the sprite change, the breakdown. You're not serious, are you? I'm one of the eldest devils that ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct? By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract. I'll state it plainly then. There will be no room for doubt. It's written without flaw. What? Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. Could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her? You're insane. You're just risking death for nothing. Why are you so nervous? Maybe this is pointless, but I'll never stop fighting for her. Stop this. Can't help myself. Only human after all. Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. It is recommended that you save file now. Save. You can't. I won't be able to save for a while. There's still like a lot more to go. What the fuck? Holy. The Court of Azathoth. I've killed people. They're usually criminals or bandits. It still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it, a little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness, not even once. Made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am. The time I spent with you, it filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. Whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. It was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I understand. Would you ever seen someone like me? I really don't understand. Why would you go this far for me? It's good to see you too. What was that for? You know what it's for, you jerk. You literally had to sign my soul away to hell to keep you alive. You just threw your life away. What else was I supposed to do? Should I just let Lucio kill you? Yes, that's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling away your life. I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me? My god, this is why I wouldn't tell you the truth. Because I knew you'd do something stupid like this. You know I always get to the truth in the end. What you did was make the process extremely frustrating. You've gotten away with it. You even beat me at chess. Are you going to hide a murder from me? Oh, you... Here again, I killed Pierce. I know. At first, I tried to justify it by saying he would die in 1 month anyways. And what's his life when compared to yours, right? When I looked at him just lying there unconscious, I got so angry. So I woke him up. Thank you. What? I wanted to experience a fraction of the pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So I... Celeste. You hate me, don't you? Hi, Dashy. Wait, hi, Kin. Thank you for the follow. Hope things have been well. Kin is one of the artists of the many pieces of art that I've had. They're the ones that have the poochy head. This time I'm the disgusting murderer you've been looking for. So why couldn't you just let me die? You honestly think I care for you that little? What? You are, and always will be, extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you. Tyrion, So you're not getting rid of me that easily. I'll always be there when you need me. No matter where you go, we're going to be there together. Yeah, like here in hell. But I think we might be heading into a pretty bad place. Not the one to celebrate victory prematurely. But if we're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris. Can't believe you brought me here. We'll never hear the end of this from my father. Where are we? The courtroom of the gods. Place where truth and reality are determined. Court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back. And now she's still trying to dissuade you. Why is she so intent on making you give up? You're nervous, aren't you? Is that so? There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here. I'm going to find out what. The persistence was endearing at first, but now it's honestly really annoying. Suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. And say I didn't warn you. Yeah, I think the idea is... It's just like, oh, you're going to die if you get this overturned. Which I think is he already knows. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. My contract was written without flaw. So says the word of Asmodeus. Asmodeus? By his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain. Okay, so this is against the statement, my contract was written without flaw. Disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Doesn't matter if your contract is perfect, I am not leaving here until you relinquish your soul. Doesn't mean we can't negotiate its terms. I think we'll just have to go with this. Disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. We can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances that may be created when they make a contract. You're hiding something that you desperately need to keep hidden. You even went as far as to knock out Celeste before we could get that information from her. Oh, really now? You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories, but the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest. Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Frege. How are you so sure that her testimony is reliable? It's supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound. Oh really? It looks like you've made a contradiction. What? F, Miriam, Frege, and Lazaric Asclepius encountered an illusion. And that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. This is the word of Asmodeus. What? An illusion? What kind of illusion? Who knows? My statement still stands. You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence. I can't speak lies, Tyrion. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. I don't need any proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what is true and what is false. The word of Asmodeus says that Le'ef's testimony is unreliable. She can just say whatever she wants without having to provide any context. She only said that Le'ef was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? There's something else that proves it? Okay, proof that she didn't disappear until after 2. Do we actually have anything? This is my own testimony, which I don't know if that works. He also told them that cast a spell on him when Inquisition. Okay. This was at like 2:15. Oh wait, I didn't even find this marriage meeting shit. What the fuck? From 1:15 to 1:40, Aster Wyvern Garden, Arya Steelwind spoke with the High Speaker at their upcoming wedding. At 1:40, she abruptly left the meeting and didn't answer. Okay. 1:50. Is there serious? There's gotta be something that has a time attached to it. At 2. The trap triggered. It's trapped. Attempted to break it. There's traces of illusion magic. Dude, some of these last ones are gonna be fucking annoying. I can already feel it. The answer's a little obtuse, but you had the right idea to look at times. Okay. Proof that she couldn't have left until after 2. You only saw her for a brief moment, so it could have been an illusion. That means that she somehow entered the room at 2:30. What else disproves that she didn't disappear until 2? I don't know. What is this? Okay, I didn't think so. There's not a lot of things that have time attached to them, though. Sure. This one's weird, but okay, whatever. So, did I like... Okay. Regardless of when it happened, Lef and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that? I won't deny it. Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body. And it didn't trigger until 2. Lef and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened. And mind you, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Lef was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time. Once again, you're predicating that on Aster's testimony. Not just him, Eris. Not just him, Eris. Several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this. True. And that is why I'll respond with this. An activated force cage did not trap Aster de Wyverngard during or after what? You can't just say that. That's just... Huh? During or after 150, so says the word of Asmodeus. But how? That testimony came from multiple people. You're saying the trap was sprung earlier than that? Don't you remember, Tyrion? Manipulate the memories of people who have blood contracts with me. Oh, okay, here we go. But I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contracts with multiple knights of the Kingsguard. So says the word of Asmodeus. What? Tampered with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened. How many people did you make the contracts with? I knew this was going to come up, by the way. Lady Steelwind has been investigating my work for the last few months, but I've had my talons in Wyverngard for far longer than that. Been preparing for this for quite some time. Even the Kingsguard. No one is safe from the temptation. Everyone has a price. Your little girlfriend should know that better than anyone. Still, there has to be something. Still have some evidence. But really, whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so, you can't have possibly made a contract with everyone there. Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible that I have a blood contract with everyone present during the massacre, and so says the word of Asmodeus. Are you kidding me? You only said it's possible. You never said that it actually happened. You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of proof is on you. That's completely ridiculous. How could I possibly verify a statement like that? It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who is at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. If he gets it wrong even once, he'll die. Sounds more like your problem than mine. Damn it. Nothing to say, Tyrion. This is this part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence. I love how this one's the easier one of the ones so far. And this one, they're just like completely leading you into it as well. As long as her statement stands, you have to doubt every piece of testimony you've gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been compromised, except Aster. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you. I suppose you're right. So you're going to use his testimony and observe much from within that force cage. You understand now? We're never meant to win this game. I've got to give you points for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had. I truly mean that. Come on. Has to be something you can use. All the clues you've gathered could potentially be lies created by her. They're useless against her. Tyrion, you have to say something. You feel your strength fading. Feels as if you're being pulled into an eternal sleep. This has always been a contest of willpower. And I think he's finally run out. Oh, okay. You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial. Your mother gave you the knowledge you needed to win. She did it before, and she saved you again. Mom, please. I need your help. Please just tell me what to do. You hear nothing back. No. It appears you're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just wanted to protect Celeste, and you really thought you could do this. But Eris is a being who wraps herself in layers upon layers of lies. She has the power to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence, could be a fabrication. Would you possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. Not fair, Miss Tamora, even. Not even bothering to investigate the crime properly. Of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent. Are you so calm right now? Isn't this what it's always like? Or are you supposed to win like this? You just keep changing the narrative however they want. You can, and that's exactly how I'll beat them. What? Look, Cuthbert. Almost every part of the system is against us. There's one advantage we have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic. Logic? Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those things to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within that box is the truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie. How does that help us? You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into that box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact is in the box is false, the entire thing falls apart. But surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box? Well, you can force them to. What? You can present your own truths. You force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you can control what goes in the box. It all sounds so complicated. I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it. Don't worry. You've always been a sharp kid. And you'll do great things, so don't give up. I can present my own truths. Eris's case hinges on when Beatrice disappeared. She changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier, which can only mean Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2. What was that? He said,
This is far from over.
damn, what the fucking animation. So says the word of Horus. The hell? Feel yourself filled with the radiant power of the Eye of Horus. With its power fully unleashed, you feel the divine energy of the upper planes coursing through you. Tyrion, you have wings. Wait, really? You frantically turn around, only catching glimpses of the spectral wings on your back. You spin around for a while until you realize that your feet aren't even touching the ground anymore. What did you just do? I became a celestial, which means, no. I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, that would be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing with you. Why don't you just die already? You tried everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You manipulated Celeste into betraying me. But I'm still standing, Eris. I think you might be a little out of your depth right now. I have lived a million of your pathetic lifetimes. You think I'm out of my depth. I'm the Empress of Discord, ruler of the 6th Circle of Hell. I am a god. She doesn't know, Tyrion. The hell are you laughing about? Wherever you are, man, king or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth. Oh, she's losing it now. Since you've so graciously bared your soul to me, I guess I should do the same. Oh shit. She's gonna fucking transform into some hellish demon. I wanted to break your spirit in this form, also I could keep things fair and interesting. But you know what? Right now, I just want to see you die.
What? What happened?
Celeste? I'm here. Can't wait to hear you tear you both apart. I wanna see. I wanna see. I wanna see. Oh, it's not that. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Oh, it's animated. This is like the first animated thing.
What? What is that thing?
Do you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I'm an ancient one. I'm older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell. So this is what you really look like. Well, it doesn't matter. Wherever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back. Kick her ass, Tyrion. I'm going to carve out your souls and mount them in the fields of Malvolge. Fate challenged. Okay, dude. You'll need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her now. You can't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? We've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2. I wonder, why would you go through so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40. Okay. From the axiom you declared, you know Beatrice didn't disappear until 2. The axiom you declared? Okay. Why did she change the memories? Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what purpose? Eris needed Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier. I believe you need Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet. That won't work this time. Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Nothing to say. You can't stay quiet forever. You didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. And is that not what happened? It may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. An event occurred that made her want to move the memories back. Or move her timeline back. But why? Because I actually don't know. What purpose would that have? Well, okay, this is just any of Celeste's memories, I suppose. I mean, unless it's like, you know, us seeing Beatrice. But like, that doesn't really matter. This is the thing that sucks, because there's a lot of stuff that I would just kind of throw at a wall here. But this is the one instance where I actually have a health bar. Oh, might as well try to throw things at the wall. We'll see. I don't think that matters. Something that would have happened that made them want to change. her memories. I think it's the thing that like kind of lines up time-wise is like this. Yeah, no. Eris wanted you to believe that Celeste signed the contract with her at 140. He needed you to believe that to keep the narrative logically consistent. But now you know that Eris used Beatrice to attack the prayer room no later than 2:30. Something that would have been outside of her control and she wouldn't have planned for. Well, there's the fight. What follows shortly after that seems strange if the events happened much later. So she erased her memories. Wait, yeah, she erased her memories of even fighting Arya. Is the thing. Because she would have had to fight Arya then, which means Arya at this point already... I mean, the murders would have already happened as well. I think we're gonna probably die though, I'm gonna be honest. Shortly after 140, that seems strange if the events happened much... Wait. That would seem strange if the events happened much later. Okay. So what happened around 145? Or... yeah, somewhere shortly after 140. This went off. They went missing. No memories. Mark. I don't know if this is... here it is. 310. 230. Okay, yeah, it was just... I thought it was the murders, but I wasn't sure. This is the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You need Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. It's because Lloyd Von Sanctus' death occurred at 2:05, which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Ari into signing another contract, all in the span of 5 minutes. If that's true, could it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron? It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris? Your desperation is almost pitiful. I should respond so that there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steelwind that blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Is something wrong? No, the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust. She always speaks in technicalities, so you can't take that claim at face value. This could also be a trick. You could declare outright that Celeste is not the patron, but if you're wrong about that, you'll most definitely die. You need to be certain before you decide to declare it. Okay, let's assume that Celeste isn't the patron. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? If Celeste isn't the patron, that contract would have already been signed. Right. You already concluded that the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. You recall something happening, but it's still muddled. What was it? Oh. Okay, I know why. Okay, hang on. I don't know how this is gonna be tricked. Arya dropped the contract in front of Celeste. She awkwardly skitters away. You see something fall out of her pocket. You dropped her runestone. Celeste picks up the runestone. She accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but Arya quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it. Oh? I see. Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. But interesting. This is like something completely different from what it seemed like. She definitely handed that contract to her after it was signed. That doesn't necessarily mean she's not the patron either. Something wrong. But conflicted. No. From the very beginning, she's been trying to get in your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust. You've always known from the very beginning. Celeste would never betray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwind's blood contract, so says the word of Horus. Arya's blood contract has been added. Okay. Celeste McCoy saw Arya drop this contract before she entered the prayer room with Tyrion. Oh, this was before we entered the prayer room. Oh, okay. Due to the Empress of Discord changing her memories, she can't remember what was written on this contract. Okay, interesting. I mean, now you trust her that much. Wait, but that means you didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think that you did. So it's not my fault? It isn't. It has far more unsettling implications. Someone else is the patron, but who? No, that's not important right now. You need to focus on saving Celeste for now. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed? Please, thought you were an attorney. Contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then. That means none of this is her fault. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Freyga was directly responsible for the death of Garrick Pierce. Right, there's still the death of Pierce. Doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre as a whole. All that matters is the validity of my contract. You act like you're in control of the situation. But you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you? Who can say for sure? The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait, is it possible that I didn't die? Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste. Answer the question, Eris. I can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could all be fabricated. You're still holding on to that hope that you'll survive this. Let me state it plainly for you. Celeste McCoy did, in fact, observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. It did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus. Okay, so you observed it, but it could have been an illusion or something. I'm sorry, Tyrion. How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. If you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died? doing her. She could be baiting you into telling a lie. Of course that's a lie, because we actually know we almost died. Or we know that we actually did die already. It's equally likely that she's bluffing. If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. Okay. That's believable. If you're saying that, it must be true. Really not acting in good faith, how can I trust what you're saying? Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Marnoth be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some trouble, I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily, so says the word of Horus. That's not the same as saying that it was impossible for me to do it. It would require a large amount of effort on your part, perhaps. But I recall my previous declaration, Celeste was there. By all accounts, she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? I've experience in first aid, and it was pretty bad. You weren't breathing, and your heart was stopped. We tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail. Right. There's no way your body could survive that long without oxygen and blood flow. Daenerys just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate you. But there has to be more to this than you're seeing. Yeah, let me take a look at this actually, because I'm pretty sure there's a fucking spell that we saw that is literally this. But I can't remember what it is. It's like feign death. Yeah, this is just a normal ass fucking spell. Awesome. What kind of created this scenario? We have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control. Are you saying that Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead? No. The opposite's actually true. Beatrice Freyja cast Feign Death on Tyrion Cuthbert, so says the word of Horus. I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you. So everything I did, it was for nothing. But that means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. The contract only said that he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up. Well, that eliminates the first paragraph as possible weak point. That only leaves the death of Garrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding? Whatever could you be talking about? Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just, All of this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. You need to be careful. You need to find out exactly what went wrong. Possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrick Pierce? Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adoptive father, and he was slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for you. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that wouldn't be a hard choice for me. There isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take a deal like that. She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes. You're making this so tedious. Neither the Empress of Discord, Arya Steelwind, nor Beatrice Freyja killed Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. Interesting. Okay, well what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed that contract already, so you had control of her. The contract states that she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control over her actions when Pierce died, so says the word of Asmodeus. But someone else killed Garrick Pierce on accident. Maybe a member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered the prayer room. Try again, Tyrion. Garrick Pierce's death was not an accident, it was intentional and committed with malice. And while I'm at it, the Empress of Discord... Oh god, there's so many fucking The Empress of Discord, Celeste McCoy, Tyrion Cuthbert, Beatrice Frege, and Arya Steelwind were the only people in the prayer room with Garrick Pierce when he died. Okay, but that still doesn't mean it had to be us. So says the word of Asmodeus. No. You understand now. You can refute any possible explanation you may have for Pierce's death. But the truth is, Tyrion, Garrick Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions. So says the word of Asmodeus. No. Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you? You believe it. I can't believe you fell for that. What? You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened, and I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me that was you. What? You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories, but all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died. Now I can figure out what actually happened. Wait. Who killed Garrick Pierce? Okay. Then... she specifically also said that Beatrice didn't do it, that she herself didn't do it, and Arya didn't do it. Then that means it was myself. No. By her own admission, she, Celeste, Arya, and Beatrice were the only people in that room. And me. Me. She admitted that neither she... You didn't think emo enough. Oh, he killed himself. Okay, I see. My bad. Thank you for I guess that's the only other thing it would have been. But fair. She admitted that neither she, Arya, nor Beatrice killed Pierce. She only said that Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste's actions. If she really wanted to defeat you, she would have simply declared that Celeste brought about Pierce's demise. But she didn't. That implies that Celeste wasn't the one who killed him either. It only leaves one person. Okay, whatever. Looking... Where is he? Okay, where is he? Here. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. No, stop this. I'm not sure what would possibly drive him to do something like that. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life. What? You know what that means, don't you? But for the sake of it, I'll state it in a way that makes it abundantly clear. Stop this! Stop this right now! Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. Conditions of your contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill. That renders it logically invalid. That's checkmate, Eris. You filthy little... Contract nullified. You're back? Does this mean you successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract? Look in your satchel and check the place where you've been keeping your contract. You'll find a pile of ash. It appears that it's completely disintegrated. You're still alive? How? You. At first, you think she's glaring at you, but then you realize. Me? Little bitch. I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn. But you? What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait. I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. You can't die. It appears that he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm, but there's still something you can do to save him. What? What is this? You feel the pit of dread in your chest. It's the same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him. With his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't. What? What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus. Doesn't matter. I can't do it. It's just... This man literally killed your adoptive father. Not to mention, he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person? I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard. Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. A part of him is so wonderful and so beautiful. I can never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him to honor his idiotic ideals. I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract. Contract? Ah, I see now. What? So you're his little consort, aren't you? Bigagua. This is him killing himself. Wait, get out of the way, you idiot! Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid. The only stupid one is here, you bastard. Stupid one here is you, bastard. You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you chose, they were never going to let me live. They? But if I'm fated to die, then it's going to be my own terms. Wait, stop. I'll see you all in hell. Huh. Damn it. Menace. You're trying to heal him. It's too late. Aim straight for his heart. No. Come on, you waste of human flesh. Wake up. I need you alive. The hell did you just do? Pierce is dead, and I signed your stupid contract. I'll bring Tyrion back. No. No, no, no. Pierce was dead anyways, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality. I never realized what I actually did. You rendered my blood contract faulty. You ruined everything. And where do you get off acting like you're any better than them? What? Ideals? Righteousness? Look at me, that bullshit. Could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn. But you're human. You're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting cores. We'd all tear out each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to. Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of the Celestial's self-righteous morality. That's what you think of them. You really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. It has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or if she's human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris. That's so. Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? So, you figured that out, did you? When you went on that little tirade about how much you enjoy killing Heavensborn, I had some suspicions. How does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother, the person who ruined your entire life, is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say. Say something, damn it! I think all I feel for you right now is pity. Oh, that's rich. You pity me. Your existence is an infinitesimal. I think that's actually the way it's supposed to. It's infinitesimal, a moment in my eternal existence. And yet you'd put all of this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? But you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't... Oh, is that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course, Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us. You can't lie to yourself. No, that can't. And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us. What did you just say? You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. And you'll be eternally unsatisfied and eternally pitiful. That's why you envy us. Because you'll never be free from that fate. That is completely... You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim, because it would be a lie. You know what? Maybe you are right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. I'm still going to try. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking this is the screenshot. What was the fucking picture? Her fucking picture was there for like a moment. So goofy. To think you— oh wait, fucking he just like torched her ass. To think you would threaten violence in my presence. Arrogant witch. I guess I didn't put that together. I thought she was like in the middle of transforming. But like, she's not dead. You can't kill her. Well, I suppose that solves that business. Although, she'll definitely be back one day. When she does, I'll be ready. For now, let's be satisfied that we've finally discovered what happened. Oh, right. About that. You serious? For all that, we still don't know who the patron is. At this point, I'm just glad Ms. McCoy wasn't the true mastermind. Speaking of which, now that I've nullified her contract, Celeste should finally have her memories, her true memories back. I do remember what happened. It's still really fuzzy. I've really been trying to remember what was on Aria's contract when I caught a glimpse of it. I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most. It's possible that she will need some time to fully recover from the Empress's demonic influence. But we don't have that kind of time. That damn demon led us around for the entire morning. Mentioned that we've lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon. Right. We have less than 3 hours before every magical trace at the crime scene disappears. You try testifying. Reviewing everything will help jog your memory. Okay, I'll do my best. Ms. McCoy, could you try to remember what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord? I'll try my best. I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 and we heard the commotion outside at 2:20. Saw Aria attacking the guards there and I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Aria, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. Checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realized now that Beatrice cast feign death on him. Anyways, Eris offered her to deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Aria. Aside from your conversation with Ilmater, that seems to match up with what we already knew. It appears we will simply need to wait for Celeste's memories to return. Really not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable until then. There's nothing apparently significant. I'd still like to cross-examine. Go ahead. Okay. You heard the commotion. I mean, I don't know what any of these things that are different would be. The Inquisition, the Kingsguard showed up. Okay, let's just press things, I suppose. We now know for certain that the meeting was at 2. Yeah, she only changed my memories to trick us. Hearing that my memories were intact, she must have not had the powers to change them. Never actually used her demonic powers to revive you. I can't believe I fell for that. Anyways, did you see attacking the guards? Who did you see attacking the guards? Originally you said you fought her for a lot longer. Yeah, I had to account for the time I spent speaking to Eris. I had a feeling something was off about that. Neuterion would be really meticulous about the timeline of the murder, so I had to make my testimony match up with the time of Pierce's death. I'm really sorry. Talk about this later. So we weren't wrong about Beatrice sneaking past you during the fight. Yeah. When I look back on it, it was probably a distraction so Beatrice could sneak past me. What is it? If the patron was working together with Eris, why would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya? Never thought of that. Frankly, I find it hard to believe that the patron willingly went along with the Empress's convoluted plan. They clearly needed Pierce to die, and relying on McCoy to do it seems foolhardy. Right, is it possible that Eris went off script then? She definitely doesn't seem like the type of demon to take orders from a human. It is what happened after you saw me unconscious. I was just scared. I thought Tyrion was dead, wasn't thinking clearly. I'm glad you care about me that much. I think one blood contract could have such an effect on the investigation. I should have known she was up to something, but I was too desperate to realize it. You're put in a difficult situation. Take solace in the fact that you stuck to your ideals despite that. This Guild Lord is being surprisingly sympathetic towards her. This must have been after they went to investigate the fire in the control room. Common room. Surprised Aster went to the prayer room as well. I'd have thought the King's Guard would have kept him in a secure location. Those were my orders. His Majesty demanded that they secure the cathedral for the safety of everyone there. So he's been an altruist. Testimony doesn't appear to add any new information. Being the multiple murders and Eris changing people's memories, there might be something you've missed. Remember each piece of evidence you have and the time of each event that day. Might be something that you can do. Okay. Let me reread this. For each piece of evidence you have and time of each. Met him at 150, but I think that's correct. I think all of this is correct. And eventually we're gonna also have, where is it? This thing will be of importance. Which is interesting. Okay. Of course this guy's thing doesn't have a fucking time frame on it. That seems correct as well. And Pierce was already dead in her testimony.
Objection!
Apparently not. I guess the idea is this testimony is just false now. Yeah, okay, fair enough, I guess. Hmm. What are we going for here? I mean, this guy's testimony... The fact that he doesn't give a fucking actual concrete time is annoying. It's also kind of irrelevant, because, well... No, because he would have walked away at like 2:15. And we heard commotion at 2:20. Yeah, but that also doesn't make sense. After witnessing... Wait, he assumed the object was... Wait, it doesn't mention the part where... Okay, whatever. She apparently also, like, walked away, I guess. Thinking consciousness in the prayer room when she heard Celeste McCoy crying over it. After she left the meeting, father into west balcony. I mean...
Objection!
Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Saw her attacking the guards, fought her for about 15 minutes. Okay, yeah. So that puts it at 2:35-ish. So at 2:35, for the big anime booba, she's not here right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm focusing. So she, okay, fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. So again, at 2:35, I guess, is when they pulled up. Is there anything that has timing around there that would be relevant? Things that would have been like... That was at 2:15. No. 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 2:05. Okay, hang on. Things, maybe something between 2:20 and 2:35? No, I don't think so. What could this possibly be? Could this possibly... What could we possibly be looking for here? Followed her in the prayer room, found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. But I didn't think Eris would be able to go inside of the thing. And she's been missing since the massacre, which I don't think is relevant. We only saw Beatrice, we didn't see Eris. And the question is, why did she use Beatrice when she could have done the things herself, I guess? Nikki, do you have any ideas? Because I don't. I'm kind of lost on this one. Checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realized no, that kind of spraying death. Offered a deal, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce, thinking of the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the King's Guard showed up. Wait. Aster, the Inquisition, and the King's Guard showed up. It just says a few minutes later. Because if he died at 2:45... I mean, this is still... This is still long... That's a long time after. Aster was certainly somewhere. So your idea is that Aster didn't show up? Oh. Yeah, he couldn't have been there. I mean, I guess he still could have. If they all showed up at 3, or if they showed up at 3:10, and the trap went off at 3, but we'll see. Wait, what? What is it, Cuthbert? Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died? Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Eris seemed really worried about being seen by them. We figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert. It's just that. We remind you that we are extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting our time and just say what you want to say. Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45. Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes after. Yeah, where are you? That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the playroom around 2:45? Prayer room, even. When he should have been trapped in the forge cage until 3. Wait, you're not serious, are you? His memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported that His Majesty led them to the prayer room after he exited the force cage. Normally, that would be more concrete than compared to Celeste's memory. Celeste's testimony. We can't trust their testimony. What are you talking about? While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the King's Guard. They were working together with her. And if these contracts were structured similarly to Celeste's, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during their questioning. I think even the King's Guard have been compromised. Could I have let this happen? If we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, I'd asked her no to head to the prayer room. I understand your point. Do you understand what you're implying? I'm not trying to imply anything, I'm just stating the facts that we know. We know that a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind, so much so that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract that he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aster de Wyverngard, the reigning king of our kingdom. Okay, but we know it's not him, right? Order. I will have order. Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? To claim that the king collaborated with a demon in any capacity is no small thing. I do, but I'm hoping this is all misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goal seemed to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She must believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I want to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who believed in me. Wow, that's a line. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it. Very well then. I suppose it's only right then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should make his truth known. I suppose it's only right then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should make his truth known. I agree, and I wouldn't have it any other way. King's Guard, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating. Of course, I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I'm hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. It has to be something we're not seeing, despite what evidence points to. Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony, am I correct? Sorry to say this, but are you sure we can trust her testimony? We can trust her now. She's no longer under the effects of a blood contract, which you claim no longer exists, but only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is, after everything that just happened, how can we even trust you? Holy shit. What? You disappeared for quite some time, to who knows where. The only person who was there with you was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. Then a little convenient, she was burnt to a crisp almost immediately after your return. You said it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now you're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. That demon made you into her puppet. Wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? That's right. How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've all heard the stories. He's practically a dissident. For all we know, he could be an agent of the theocracy. You feel the room turning against you, and the Scaled Lord looks wary. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done. But I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. What's that? Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I was truly in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it. Wait, that's right. We already tried that before and it didn't work, which means that he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? Can't. I already tried and nothing happened. I see. Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, I know you care deeply for her, but we all saw Celeste's blood contract, and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Ms. Steelwind is to be saved, we all must accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time this trial came to its conclusion, don't you, Your Grace? Damn it, he's even got the Scaled Lord on his side. If it's against you, he raised a lot of good points. Is he acting with malice, or is he just being careful? Come on, think, Tyrion. We just proved my blood contract wasn't valid. The one who made Arya commit those murders is still out there. Maybe you've been thinking about this the wrong way. Eris found ways to trick people into signing blood contracts before, so she wouldn't necessarily need a blood contract to trick Aster into accidentally helping her. The question isn't whether Aster knowingly did this or not. The question is, what part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to have been some sort of physical involvement on his part, and that might have left behind evidence that proves it. Aster... Okay. Arya... Okay, hang on. Signing... the blood contract. I mean, sure. You needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow, but you've seen how she is around him. It wouldn't have been very hard to do. No, Arya may be extremely lovesick around him, but she's still an attorney. She would be careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. And I remember something. When you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her. Really trying, but I just can't remember what I saw. I was teasing her about it. It might have been related to her relationship with Aster. What did Arya think she was signing? Well, I think I know what it is. I mean, I said this already. Sorry, I know that doesn't really narrow it down. No, that's exactly the clue I needed. Really? Arya signed a marriage license? Is that the word? Yeah, Aster. There's one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. This was all a contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. Recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage with Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Master, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document. But I just realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you so long as you both live. Wait, are you saying no? In other words, till death do you part.
Objection!
That's a big leap in logic, even for you. Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed, bringing such heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation. First he dares call the King to testify, and now he's trying to indict the High Speaker. He's a traitor to the nation. And more than just speculation, Your Grace. A copy of it. But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material that it was written on. The original document wouldn't be visible on your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster. What? Don't you wonder how I knew about the blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. They let us take pictures of crime scenes and write down notes magically. Yes, I'm well aware of them. Do you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed? What? She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license, even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day. She knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a cell with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. But had she simply left any of those anti-magic fields and checked her runestone, she would have found a picture of a marriage license with the exact same words as her blood contract.
It sounds like he actually did this on purpose.
Huh. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? You or the High Speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. So it really was you. Tell me, Mr. Cooper, do you know what the best kind of a lie is? The kind that's the hardest to disprove. No, not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it'll make you look away. If I recall correctly, McCoy made you experience that firsthand today. Your Majesty, what are you... I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyways. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself. Your Highness. Aster, you whelp! Are you saying it was you? You used my daughter to commit mass murder. I did, Lucio. What of it?
So he did this on purpose! I'm pogging!
How could you? And what right do you have to judge my actions, oh great scaled lord? I was only cleaning up the mess you created. If it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it in a much cleaner manner. Pardon me? No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. You can't be serious. I am the king of Wyverngard, aren't I? Am I not? Is that not my right? You're insane. Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know that I can do whatever I please, with no one who can stop me? This is not what you've all been doing to the rest of this country. Do you seriously expect to get away with this? I do. Who has the power to stop me? Scaled Lord? Yes, exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I asked who is going to. He's scared. What? Why aren't either of you saying anything? Yes, Rathalion. Have me arrested. put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child sits on the throne. Would you take the throne for yourself? You spent all those centuries huddled away in this ruined city. I'm certain you know exactly what problems this nation is facing and what it needs to right itself. Ithalian? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came here to do what was best for my people. I may not know the best course before me, but I know the painful certainty that is not to seize control of this nation. I will not take that responsibility again, nor will I thrust that responsibility on those who would not have it. Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try to depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyverngard? Or did you forget? The people of this nation love me and hate you. You're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion. I doubt even you could make the public see that as anything other than military coup. Can you imagine? Grand General Lucio deposing the new king of Wyverngard before the previous king's body is even entered. Wonder just how bloody of a civil war that would plunge this nation into. Even if Lucio doesn't have much difficulty crushing the commoners, I'm sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Wyverngard will look to other nations. Damn it. By killing Sybil and Von Sanctus, he left a power vacuum that only he could fill. Aster, you're holding the entire kingdom hostage. I am merely consolidating power where it belongs, in the hands of a kind and benevolent ruler who is finally going to fix this nation. You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your own fiancé. I'm sure that to you, my actions may seem evil and unforgivable. To those in the Wyverngard nobility, although I doubt that I'm even the first to do such a thing. This is just politics. Jesus Christ. And I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. Can't believe it. I've always wanted to say that. What are you all doing? You're just going to let him get away? Lucio, she's your daughter. You're just going to let him keep control over her? My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wyverngard for her freedom. You know that to be true. He killed so many people, and he enslaved Arya. He almost killed you, and he tried to kill me. Wait a minute. That's right. Why did he try to kill you? What do you mean? If Aster is the patron, that means that Pierce originally sent that letter to him. King the Wyverngard. Yeah. Right. Because, yeah, he's the eldest child. Why does this matter? Except for the fact, if he's convicted, she could be the queen. She's old enough. That's the idea. She's at least suitable above a fucking 7-year-old. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne. Oh, okay, maybe not. But okay, maybe she's of pure blood. So why would he go through so much trouble to kill Pierce and you? He just wanted to make sure. He wouldn't have had Eris kill Pierce personally if it wasn't important. He needed both you and Pierce to die during the massacre, which means you two were just as important targets as Von Sanctus and Sybil. Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail? Could the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Celeste's parentage? All you remember about Wyverngard's laws regarding the royal throne. Wasn't there something someone mentioned about that? I don't fucking remember. You recall a conversation you had with Theon Arceus. Church of Bahamut is important not only to Wyverngard's culture, but to its civil stability. Faith is a powerful and unifying force. Is that why you revise Wyverngard's history and keep Heaven's Word outside of this country? I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. And that will be the end of our culture. Aster didn't murder the High Speaker when he had the chance. It's possible that the Church of Bahamut plays a role in his future plans. That wouldn't explain why he needed Pierce to die. All what you remember about the laws regarding the royal throne. You recall a conversation you had with Beatrice. Probably because of Wyverngard's bloody history with the theocracy in Lumina. And in the nation east to us. Worship the celestial gods while all our people worship dragons. Locked in bitter war, celestial regions is a threat. Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials. If Master's actions had anything to do with the theocracy, he would have targeted me. Yeah. Recall a conversation we had with the heiress. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes the Scaled Lord in our government. And this is him saying that he has like an honorary position. Yeah, this is like the second time we've actually seen this in this chapter alone. Scaled Lord and his kin can override the king's rule? Oh, wait. I missed that. Wait. Who is Celeste's father? Oh, it's him. It's here now. Tovakin. Is that it? Yeah, I just wanted to double check that's him. A flood of memories come back to you. Celeste McCoy, by the authority of the Wyverngard Crown, you are under arrest. Noticing the commotion, 3 other knights rush to grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, desperately trying to break free. Even between the 3 knights, it's taking all of their strength to subdue her. I mean, it's just mentioning that she's fucking strong and learns everything fast. Yeah, she did learn all of the spells really fast. At that point, she already knew 7 spells. I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Can't be real. What is it, Tyrion? It's absolutely crazy, but it also makes a lot of sense. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic, she inherited all of it from him. You okay? You got really pale all of a sudden. Once you reveal this, there's no going back for her. Do you even have any right to do this to her? No. Arya's freedom rides on this. And as much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wyverngard. Sorry, Celeste. What? Why are you apologizing? I'm about to do could change your entire life, possibly in a way you don't want it to. It will place an unimaginable responsibility on your shoulders, but it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me for doing this. Do you think one little life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you? Are you sure? You and Arya for what I did. You do this to save Arya, right? It's partly my fault she's in this situation. But if my life is really going to change because of this, just promise me something. What is it? Take responsibility for what you're about to do. Of course, I was always going to do that, regardless of what happened. Good. You two done flirting with each other? You have nothing else to say, stop wasting all of our time. Master, I know who Celeste's father is. Wait, really? What? No, you're bluffing. You have to be. Why don't we test that theory then? You said that no one could contest your rule of Wyverngard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there? What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord has the political power to override the will of the king. And his kin, Lucio. Yes, I suppose that's Aster de Wyverngard. You needed Celeste to die during the massacre, because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule. Are you serious? The rule of the Wyverngard nobility. Your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathalion, ancient dragon and the creator of all arcane magic. Holy shit. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I? I'm half dragon? Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company. That demon was speaking the truth. Master de Wyverngard. As the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as the ruler of Wyverngard. Ms. McCoy, think about this. You even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation, much less this broken one. You'll find this crown has no less binding than any blood contract. Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why did you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. You could have changed Wyverngard together with her. You could have done it all without having to do any of this. Is that what you really think? As you would. Probably also think Tyrion is the first person to try to change this nation while still working within its laws. Nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. Father was like that too. He's a man of ideals. Once. But I watched for my whole life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. He must maintain the stability between the noble houses to uphold law and order. And do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the common folk, the kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. Gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I have thought that you two, out of everyone, could have understood why I did this. We know it's not fair. We're capable of changing it, and you had the power to do just that. I am changing it. You worked so hard to find the truth behind Von Sanctus and Sybil's murders. Here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room except you two. Half of the people present here today are glad that they're gone. The other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Each day, across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry, and feed on its people like carrion. I am merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you, who came running at the news of my father's death. Also, you could be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? That demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Arya's too stupid and too naive to do anything. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damn smile. She loved your kindness, Aster. This is kindness. The blood I will spill will be greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. And once I am done, Wyverngard will be better and stronger for it. Aster. McCoy, I don't care what you are. The Scaled Lord's daughter? The rightful heir? None of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rot out of its heart, piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster de Wyverngard, King of Wyverngard, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Volnus. Lucio. He dead. What? No. Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? Check your satchel. And sure enough, Arya's blood contract has completely disintegrated. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live. Excellent. Lucio, this is not what we discussed. My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take this place. This was always how it was going to end. Lucio, you can't seriously expect it. Save your breath, Cuthbert. I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General has committed regicide. Arrest him at once. Holy shit. Suppose that's that then. Doesn't really feel like something to celebrate. Compelled to agree. I think that His Majesty was so far gone that he can consort with a demon. Also, he could save the common folk. Regardless of his actions, he did have the same goals as you. He truly wanted to make things better for the common folk. Even with the Eye of Horus, you never caught a hint of the pain he must have been feeling. Closely guarded his true emotions from everyone, including Arya. No wonder Eris was able to manipulate him. You, of all people, know exactly how easily she can exploit that kind of weakness. Nevertheless, it's apparent that there's no need to continue this trial. Although it's clear our work is only just beginning. Court is adjourned for the time being. We're all free to return to your homes, where I'm sure there's still much for each of us to discuss. Many things have changed here today, and I'm sure many of us will need to make arrangements to adapt. Till then, please refrain from discussing the events of today outside of these halls. This goes without saying, but we must keep today's events a secret from the public, at least for now. Well, interesting. You all exit the Scaled Lord's lair. Considering everything that's happened, this should feel like a victory. Arya was saved, Eris was vanquished, temporarily at least, and the patron no longer lives. Hey. Hi. We won, didn't we? So why does this feel so... Yeah, I feel the same way. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us, and he used Arya like a puppet. I really wish we could have changed his mind. Yeah. Sometimes people are beyond saving. And I think he made up his mind a long time ago. He knew what he was doing to Arya, and I can't think of any other way we could have truly freed her. You know, I just hope she's... Hello, I'm glad I found you before you left. Freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing you. Oh? Arya? I'm so sorry, Are you apologizing? What? If it's about your testimony, I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Ah, right. Wait, seriously? Come on, basically your boss now. No one is above the law. That was made apparent when... She suddenly stops talking before she mentions his name. She doesn't trail off, her voice doesn't even break. She simply stops, as if she were a machine that ceased functioning. Arya? Anyways, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense console after all. Right. You really want to say something back, but you're too off-put to say anything. Anyways, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cooper. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude. Yeah, of course. Anyways, I have much work to get done now that my the Grand General is in custody. I'll be taking my leave. Yeah. What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her? I didn't see anything through the eye. Must be subconsciously guarding her emotions. Guess I don't really blame her. No, Celeste, I didn't see anything. Interesting. What? I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. Even with that, I saw nothing. There's no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I used the eye to see the emotions of a countless amount of people, but I've never seen that before. It was like I was looking at a machine. Okay, well, there's proof that it still at least works. But you're right. I should have said something. I'm going to. You're about to chase after her, Celeste stops you. You mind if I talk to her? What? Are you sure? Yeah, we actually hang out a lot outside of the trials. I think she might respond better to me. Remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Alright, I suppose I'll let you handle it. Once again, remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Just, you know, keep it verbal. What? Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Just go. Alright, you weirdo. It's like you've gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite so neatly as you had hoped. What do you mean? She's gone. She was just here. I'm sorry, Your Grace. You may not know what the future has in store for you two, the two of you. Perhaps that's okay. He's a homophobe, damn. You have a feeling that as long as you have her, no, as long as you have everyone, you can begin forging your own path. A path that is completely chosen by you this time.
completely going against the game's very clear notions of who gets shipped with who, to say Celeste is actually supposed to be shipped with Arya. And you know what? I'm completely fine with that. Damn it, Arya. Where are you? Oh. Hello. My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you. No, it's fine. You're looking for Ms. Steelwind, aren't you? Yeah, how'd you know? She's been sitting outside my lair for a while now. I tried speaking to her, but... yeah, I get it. I'm gonna try talking to her. Of course. Athelion. Yes? I'm not mad at you, you know. What? Not sure why you left me at the McCoy Tavern. Because of that, I got to be raised by my mom and dad. And if I didn't live there, I would have never met Tyrion or Arya. I could never be mad at you giving me a life like that. Plus, now that I'm a half-dragon, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Ms. McCoy, don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter, aren't I? Right. Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask about you and Mr. Cuthbert. Are you two... Oh wow, look at how late it is. I better go talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scaled Dad. I mean, Scaled... Just, bye. She called herself my daughter. I suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio. Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste, what are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. You're looking up at the sky. Are you looking at the stars? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. You mind if I watch it with you? Do what you want. I technically take orders from you now. Oh shit, there's a fucking CG! I'm talking. It's cute. You know, it was also a full moon outside on the night my parents found me in the inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's the word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. That's so. Yeah. They told me they thought it was a gift from the Scaled Lord. In a roundabout way, they were actually kind of right. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember, you jumped on the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him, but I don't think even he believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. Really appreciated you doing that. You're a really good person, Arya. I'm really doing what I thought was right. Yeah, I guess that's what you've always done. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. I was serious about that. Damn it. But we do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't sentence you to prison, but I might have you do some community service. The queen is going to do some community service. Fine, I guess I can live with that. My father told me I was being too lenient, but I can understand the position you were put in. We all do stupid things for love, after all. Stupid. Arya? How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not? I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I knew about the blood contracts after what happened to Beatrice. I am an attorney, for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. And when I signed that contract, I knew something was wrong. I was just so stupidly happy. It's not fair. No one could have expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's going to pay for my stupid mistakes. Sorry. Celeste. Why did I trust him so much? He used me like a puppet with my hands, my magic. He made me... So sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible. I don't know how to make it better. But you're not alone, okay? Not just me. Tyrion, your father, we're all here for you. So please don't shut off your emotions from us. Thank you. Aw. Celeste, I think I've made a decision. What's that? I'm going to drop the charges of perjury against you. Are we still on that? Damn. Mr. Cuthbert, I've spoken with my associates in the press. The story we created should be printed as we speak. I don't like this.
or lying to the people of Wyvern about what really happened. Not to mention, this story paints me like I'm some kind of god. I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. That is, in fact, some bullshit conversation you would have with someone. They would never believe it. They'd think that his death was a part of some sort of political conspiracy. Even with this cover story, we can't be certain they still won't suspect that. Arya? Shouldn't you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not going to sit around and feel sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes. This is a completely different sprite of hers for once, by the way. She may be hiding her pain behind a smile, but she's not shutting down her emotions like before. Was Celeste able to get through to her? As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster, represented the common folk. Wyvern will gain more from those false virtues from the person that he truly was, than from who he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward, and if we must use the people's piety to do that, then so be it. Arya. As the newly appointed head of House Steelwind, I'll also do my part to support your rule. As will the Scaled Lord. Saw smiles and gratitude to their words, but she meekly glances at you expectantly. You even have to ask. Made a promise to you, didn't I? Hee hee. It's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Wyvern supports you too. Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help. Ah, right. I forgot that I was supposed to meet with her this morning. I'll need to apologize to her about that. Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet? You had more important things to worry about. I'm sure she'll understand. Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down. Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now. Everyone in Wyverngard is going to read about it in the paper, including her. Oh. What's all this noise about? What? Have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper, the Scaled Lord is returned. What? Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures? Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster de Wyverngard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability. The carnage left in the wake of this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Coraline Sybil, Lord Lloyd Von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio. Oh shit! They're actually saying that Steelwind was killed. That's kind of sad. I kind of hoped that he would have been spared. Both King Olivier. Oh, okay. So no, you are right. That is actually his name. I was just saying Oliver because I didn't even see the I. Both King Olivier and both Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repair the foul monster. While the profane demon was felled and defeated, the king and the crown prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. Fake death on Lucio? Maybe. Actually, maybe. But I'm not sure. I don't know why they'd lie about that. However, amidst descending into further disarray, Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Wyverngard, Scaled Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new queen of Wyverngard. Just gonna live under an alias as a nameless servant, the House Steelwind. I don't know. I think they have no reason to have covered up his death. Well, I mean, faked his death. Like, unless he actually was killed or put in prison. Which, I don't know, maybe he was put in prison. What? Again with the Scaled Lord nonsense? This reeks of a violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet she's just another rotten noble. It says there's a picture of her on the next page. Wait, what the fuck? and then it just ends. It's just that's it. That's just how it ends. After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I've thought a lot about my actions. Oh, it's just gonna autoplay. I won't ask you to forgive me, Your Majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I've caused. Will continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls onto people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just sitting here, like, prepared to read. We'd never be able to do this if it weren't for your investment in our cafe. I feel partially responsible for what happened at the Imperial Academy. I'd like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Ratholm. Ugh, but more customers just means more work for me. Yeah, so I don't want to fucking give my thoughts on the ending or anything because I'm just sitting here. Oh, that almost said Fukoyama. It was Fuyokama. I've been developing my necromancy ever since oh yeah, I'm not reading that one in time. I've grown quite good at it. Don't get ahead of yourself, you've grown competent at it. It was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. Waifu consultation. That was someone's, like, job in the credits, was waifu consultation. I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. But from what I've read in my record, perhaps that's a good thing. And if your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, but I do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace. What are you looking at, punk? Wait. Oh no, it's you. Crazy chick isn't with you, is she? Why are you looking behind me, man? You just call me crazy? Oh lord, run for it, Gavin. I can't believe this. I still can't get over fucking waifu consultation. Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world. Yeah, a lot has happened. I don't even know where to begin. I'm glad to see the refinery is doing well. I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the... what did Her Majesty call you? An angel investor. Yes, that's it. Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture. And we think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practices. So, I think I like the sound of that. Huh. I mean, expected that it would be employing him, but I kind of wonder... Still have much to learn about leading a noble house, but I hope I can bring House Frege and Wyverngard to a brighter future. I think it's about time we ended the constant feuding between them. And I'd like for us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction. Tracker will do best to help Queen. I appreciate the gesture, Tracker, but I don't think... Banks need gold, right? Tracker can dig for gold. Amazing. I kind of wonder... I mean, it's very, hopeful thinking, I guess I should say. Oh shit, monkey. That makes checkmate, Cuthbert. What? You just lose? No, I demand a rematch. Learn to lose with dignity for Lord's sake. I'm glad I let him keep those armbands. Yo, banger. What do you mean Lady Steel won what do you mean VA? VA? There's no VA. What do you mean? Oh, I guess they say objection. Such humility, such self-sacrifice. I'm literally a queen. Who wouldn't want this mantle? Actually, this job is kind of annoying. Sorry. As long as I have you with me, I'm happy. That's crazy. I'm like, they got a fucking VA source. May have everyone else fooled, but I know this story. How this story goes. A mage is still a mage, and a noble is still a noble. Well, and don't be like that. I Hey, you want to prove me wrong, by all means. I ain't holding my breath. Suppose you have every reason not to trust those in power. We are going to fix this kingdom, and we're going to do it within the confines of the law. Yeah, definitely has a lot of Ace Attorney vibes, even in the politics in a way. Poor kid. I really wish he would talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened. I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least not right now. We should probably hire a therapist. Poor little brat doesn't get to just be king. I have no sympathy for him. Fuck that kid. Okay. This might finally... Oh, never mind. Are you okay? Yes. I really appreciate you coming here with me. No, her dad definitely died. His actions were definitely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but Lord Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, we have had a much easier time. Feel uneasy about all of this. No, I also see what you mean. No, never mind, this is Aster's grave. He may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I do think he really wanted to change Wyvern Guard, but he would only do it on his own terms. If he did end up achieving his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could come of that situation. That's surprisingly mature of you. Yeah, I'm always mature. Goodbye, Aster. Yeah, okay. I keep on sitting here like, oh, I don't wanna... Yeah, okay, there's more. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that? Weren't you the one that called a monkey to the stand during Beatrice's trial? Yeah, I suppose you have a point. Truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone else. My God, I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya? Hey, you're the one that wanted to be lead prosecutor, only filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement. Well, if you ever get bored of life as a royal, there's always room in my law office. I think is what it said. I wish I could read faster. See, they allowed you to keep your axe. So he is alive. Thought I asked you to stop visiting me, but he is in jail. You did. I merely chose to ignore you. Koi's impertinence is rubbing off on you. I take that as a compliment. I'm glad to see you in such good spirits. Suppose I underestimated you. How many more of these do we have? I would much have rather they just have all of the epilogues all at once. Surprised you're not sentencing me to death. Suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we kinda need you alive so we know when Eris is back. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine? I'm almost proud of you two. Although, I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet. That is kinda interesting, yeah. I mean, it's sequel baiting. Like, probably, is the idea. I don't know. Especially since we got to take oh, what the hell is this? Or are you preventing me from leaving? Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. You're not to leave the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus. You grounding me? You want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one. I swear, when I get out of here. What have I told you about speaking in future tense? Oh, okay, never mind. I guess that answers the question of why she hasn't returned. Are you sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No, I'm grown attached to this place. It was your father's, and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom, stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. When I'll live to see my Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that, I was like, well, why hasn't she come back? But I mean, yeah. I was wondering, you've lived for a really long time, right? I have. Do I have any siblings? No. Sorry, there was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across the centuries, when I've sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creation of offspring. Fucking. I'm sorry, but you are alone. I don't really feel that way. I think I spend so much time with Arya that she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well. Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert. Don't you dare. Creation of offspring is rare. So we meet again, Crimson Demon. He was telling people about that nickname. Who knows, it could have been anyone. Carry on. You don't like it? Could help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that. Jesus. I don't even know what other characters are left for the fucking epilogue. Oh, ahoy, Mr. Cuthbert. I have everything right for tonight. What? It's nothing. Pretend like you don't know anything. What? Oh, I see. So it's for her. What are you doing? The surprise. Alright, whatever you say. God, what a fucking moron. Hey, why'd you bring me out here? You're not usually this secretive. Come on, it's a surprise. Hey, is that a boat? Are you going to be okay? I thought you were really prone to motion sickness. Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before. Alright, if you say so. Aaron, it's really dark. Are you sure this is safe? Yeah, there will be plenty of light soon. I was about to say, they're just fireworks. Soon? In about 3, 2, 1... Oh, never mind. Just lighting up the whole city. Wow. Right on schedule. You knew this would happen. During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Aranax become extremely potent. A lot of the businesses here take advantage of this to charge the arcane power cells in their homes. And those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize with each other. They lace up the entire city. You're such a nerd. That's beautiful, right? Yeah, it is. Mom used to bring me out here before everything happened. You're the only other person I've ever shown this to. Oh. Really missed being able to spend time with you like this. Yeah, me too. It was so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. Now I'm the Scaled Lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We rarely get to see each other. But at least we're together now. You have something to remember whenever we're apart. This is so sweet. I love him so much. This is so straight. On Pride Month too? Fuck. What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. What do you... It's been so long, I forgot to... Is something wrong? She always had a habit of teasing you. So you can't help but to enjoy putting her on the other end for once. I didn't really mean... Wait, no. I did mean it, but... I know this is a really rude thing to say, but I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes. Love you too, Celeste. Okay. You try to inch closer to her, but she's trying her hardest to avoid eye contact with you. There is one way to make her meet your gaze. Tyrion, do you not want this? Of course I do. I've wanted this for a long time. Just find myself smiling like an idiot whenever we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before. Faces inch closer to each other. And you two may never be able to go back to your old lives. But moments like this make everything worth it. You always keep your promise, right? No matter what happens, no matter where each of us goes, we'll go there together. Good. Sorry, this is all a little too much. Feeling a little lightheaded. You call it the time you need. Right now, we have all the time in the world. You ever heard about what happened in Wyverngard? Miles Varen Galad. Is that why you called me here? This could have been in an email, Arch Sentinel. This is serious. And we not know about this Tyrion Cuthbert. Keeping records of the Heavensborn is Lumina's responsibility, High Inquisitor. Ray Cuthbert was always a slippery one. Even you couldn't track her. And he's just one Heavensborn. Iliad, he brought the Lord of the Sixth to the court of the bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea the amount of damage they could have done to the multiverse there? You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact and everything is fine. Ilya, he has the Eye of Odin. Eye of Odin? What? I checked the data my drones collected. These readings, they are exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly. He did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. You must assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well. Come on, that's not possible. I mean, you said it was impossible to manifest Odin's power on the mortal plane. The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving his forces. He knows Ilya. You know, better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved. Huh. Alright, you win. I'll look into this. Exercise discretion if they ever find out what we did with this Frey. I know. It could mean war with Wyverngard. Ilya. It could mean war with the entire outer planes. To be continued. Yeah, so they're sequel baiting. I kind of wondered if they would sequel bait. That's cool. Huh. The game is interesting. I had my complaints. My complaints were pretty straightforward, and it's just that the game does a lot of explaining stuff, so you never really have a sense of mystery a lot of times. So a lot of the stuff was pretty straightforward when you learn about it. Yeah, and obviously the your ability to read minds kind of undermines things sometimes, makes it so it's like, I know what's gonna happen kind of thing. But yeah, good story. I enjoyed it. I'm glad I made it through here. Took a lot longer than I expected, but anyway, it is a little after midnight. I'm going to go. Thank you guys for watching, and I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.